All right, welcome back to Class&Cool, where we check out classically inspired MMORPGs. Man, it's an exciting week. I can barely speak, I'm so excited. It is the 5-day, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days in a row of Monsters and Memories playtest. From Wednesday, July 23rd to Sunday, July 27th. It's gonna be a fun ride, dude. I've been looking forward to this. And by the way, if you didn't know this already, this is, I think, and actually I'm almost 99.9% positive this is the longest playtest they've ever had. I'm looking forward to a crisp experience, but I'm also preparing for bugs and glitches. I'm looking forward to completing some fun quests, but also doing a lot of grinding. It is, for those that don't know, a classically inspired MMORPG. So going back to the times when there was no hand holding, there was no GPS, there was no quest guide on your screen telling you exactly where to, just, hey, accept all the quests and then just follow the yellow line, right? None of that. So there's going to be challenges, there's going to be corpse runs, think EverQuest, think classic World of Warcraft. So yeah, if you're into that kind of stuff, you're going to love this. Now it is late, so I got my coffee, excuse me. First things first, let me get you up to speed on what was going on behind the scenes. So there's a couple things happening, right? So 2 days ago, I asked you guys to help me decide which class to play. So we already have a level 5 Beastmaster. I wanted to start a Druid, so I was biased. I actually wanted to start a Druid. And then I threw in a Bard for good measure. Now, I have nothing against a Bard, right? I've wanted to play a Bard since as long as I can remember. I've never played a Bard in EverQuest, or I don't think any other MMORPG. The only time I think I've ever played a Bard is when I played like Baldur's Gate 2, right? So I don't think that really counts. The EverQuest Bard, however, is a very unique experience. There's a lot of fun mechanics and things that just you've never seen in any other MMORPG. And Monsters and Memories is roughly inspired by EverQuest. I mean, the lead developer of Monsters and Memories is one of the OG lead designers from back in the early EverQuest days, right? And most of the team is built up of people that appreciate that kind of stuff. So I was excited to try the Bard. I wanted to play the Druid. I have no problem revisiting the Beastmaster, but hey, the tribe has spoken. So today we're going to be starting a fresh Bard. And without further ado, let's actually hop right in. So I want to do two things. I want to go to the character creation screen and just kind of explain what it is I did and what my thinking was with everything, right? So let me go ahead and take you guys there in just 2 seconds, because I already have a name, I already have a backstory, everything's already set up. All right. All right, so here we are at the character creation screen. Give me a second to get rid of that in the background. All right, so here's our Wood Elf Bard. So we got that selected. By the way, for those of you who have never seen this, this is your race selection, your class selection. Everything that's grayed out on the left, those are races that are not in the game yet. This is not an early access game. This is not a 1.0 game. This is in alpha development right now. So they're having these community alpha tests to basically invite the community and say, hey, test our game out and help us find the jank, but also help us find the fun and what's not fun, right? So these are the classes, the races. So obviously I went with the Wood Elf. So I went with the Bard. what I did is in the stats, I want to point this out. Notice how right here it says charisma 18 and dexterity is 18 and everything else is 17. That's your hint when you're doing character creation that for the Bard class in particular, these are the stats that weigh the most towards benefiting them, right? So charisma and dexterity is going to help with, you know, songs or weapons or whatever the Bard might be using, right? I've never played a Bard, so I don't know. So we're going to go ahead and max that out. All of this is subject to change, by the way. There's going to be a lot more, I wouldn't call it balancing, but they're going to true it up so it looks and feels the way it's supposed to feel for each individual class. So what did I do? For the strength, so basically I put the rest into strength and stamina. And my thinking is, you know, strength, because I'm probably going to be doing some melee, but mainly, you know, twisting songs and helping the group. Stamina, because that's going to help health, right? Now for the other stuff, and I'll remove myself from the screen in just a moment. So there's major combat, minor combat, major non-combat, and minor non-combat. So this is interesting, right? So there's a couple of stuff I could have done here, right? I could have done like charismatic, and that would have boosted my charisma. But I decided to go with dexterous. So this boosts my dexterity by 5% right off the bat. And then it gives me like an active buff that I can use every, I don't know, 500 seconds or something like that. It's just like kind of like an innate ability. So I chose that. For the minor combat, there's two on here that are specifically towards bards. So Virtuoso, it increases your starting skill and how quickly you can increase the skill for these instruments. And then Vocalist, it starts you off with a super high singing skill level, and you learn singing 50% faster. So for this, hear me out. Logically, I'm like, you know what? There's probably a lot of these instruments I'm not going to be using early game, and some of them are probably not in game. And number two, I'm going to be singing or using instruments throughout most of my playthrough, so my skill is going to naturally just go up quickly. So I thought, okay, I'm not too interested in these other ones. What about this one? So knife thrower, a throwing skill starts at 5, increases 25% faster. You start off with 1,000 throwing daggers. So basically I get a ranged attack right from the get. So I went ahead and chose that. Let me get rid of myself. Whoops. Oh, for this one, I just did infravision. Just helps you see at night. And then for this one, I did survivalist. So out of all these ones, I decided survivalist because it starts you off with a trainee survival pouch. So just basically extra inventory space. So there you have it. And then just for giggles, for the faith, I chose Sorrowfall. I think this is Sean's husky, by the way. Sean, the lead developer. So it says, Sorrowfall is a deity of art, craftsmanship, and song. He lights the way for creators, guiding their hearts and hands to bring beauty and purpose to ether. His inspiration drives the pursuit of skill, passion, and the timeless act of creation. Followers of Sorrowfall often include artisans, bards, hey, that's me, painters, poets, and sculptors. So there you go. And then, in case you're wondering why I have a little scar right there, it's because the daggers. This bard in particular, he has a thing for daggers. So we'll see where that takes him on his adventure. So let's go ahead and get into the world. And by the way, his name is Tempo. So it's going to be Tempo's adventures today, the Wood Elf Bard. Oh, I gotta catch up with chat. Hey guys. Hey Jimmy. Hey Classic EverQuest. Hey Scruffy Bard. Hey Tinfoil Hat. Alright, so we are in. So we're gonna clean a few things up. First of all, I want my mud window to open up. You guys can't see that, but I can. What are we doing for FPS? We're doing pretty good. How many people? Jeez, there's 430 people in this zone alone. I was playing Adralan online, and that place was packed, by the way, a few weeks ago. And I remember when I was in the city, there was like 300 people, and it started to lag. So 430 people in one zone. That's a lot. That's a lot. Jeez, dude. Okay, so first thing I recommend, by the way, if you're new, click /help, because there's going to be some things in here that help you out. I'm going to hide the corpses really quick, so it just keeps everything smooth. I don't need to see everyone's corpses. Corpse, there you go. Nope, that's not it. Give target, nope. There it is, hide corpse. So /hide corpse. Booted. Hide corpse. PC. Okay, there you go. So basically what I did there is I hid the other players. I hid their corpses and any empty corpses. So, all right. Let's say hi to the devs. There's Nicodemus. Niche World's Cult is their dev company. What's up, dude? Let's see. Tinfoil Hat said, I'm buying a 42-inch LG OLED just for this game. I love the backgrounds. Yeah, it's really good. Classic EverQuest said, dude, we got up to 1,700 total people concurrent today. That's crazy. Oh, yeah, and Classic EverQuest said, oh, Scruffy just said that. So, yeah, I didn't read that, but Scruffy Bard said, did you hear they hit over 2K players today between all servers? That's crazy. Tinfoil Hat said, I hope Eminem crushes it with sub-based. That's the best way. I started playing EQ and DAOC from the day it released. Yeah, I remember DAOC, Dark Age of Camelot. That's the best in my opinion. Well, actually, it's not even, I'm not going to say it's my opinion. Obviously, it's my opinion. For me personally, Dark Age of Camelot was the best PvP MMORPG I've ever played. I've never played anything that even comes close to how much fun I had in the sieges and you know, taking territories. Everything was amazing. So anyways, so like I said, here's the plan. So we got a bag already because we chose survivalist. We got our throwing daggers, and let's go ahead and memorize our skills. What skills did we start with? All right, Beats of War, Screaming Vocalization. And I think before I go too crazy with everything, I want to test these things out, and then I want to go check out my guild master. Whoops. Tinfoil Hat said, yeah, DOC was actually a great PvE too when it was new. No, yeah, 100%. I mean, so I said something like internally between a few people about what I think Niche World Cult, when Monsters and Memories becomes massively successful, you know, I think it will open them up to go after other projects. And I had a very, in my opinion, I think it would be a very successful and good idea for a game, and involves the universe of Camelot and all that stuff. And that's one of the things I liked about Dark Age of Camelot, growing up with you know, Merlin and the Knights of the Round Table and all that stuff. So all right, so what do we got here? Beats of War, first and foremost. What is it? Immerse your group in an ominous beat, increases strength, agility, and dexterity. nice. So that's a buff. Let's get that going. And what is this? Screaming vocalization. Release guttural shot at your target, dealing 2 damage to 5 damage by level 4. Magic damage plus 150%. Okay. Or 350% at level 60. Damage variance. Oh, so it varies. So it could be less, could be more, but that's the goal. Okay. Let me try that really quick. I just want to see what happens. I'm going to do you guys a solid really quick. Let me check this. Hopefully that makes it easier for you guys to see at night. I don't mind the dark, but you know, I know sometimes it's a little hard to see on stream. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and try this. That's my little song. Oh, there's okay. Of course, like my slash skill is disastrous. I can barely even hit this dude right now. I'm just gonna keep spamming this. Does it auto attack or no? Oh, you gotta do it every single time. Okay, so it's kind of just like a spell. I just gotta keep, as soon as it turns red, I can cast it again. Dang, he's beating my butt. This is why I wanted to play the Druid. If it was the Druid, he would have been dead by now. Would have just nuked him. Then again, I don't think you start off with a nuke in the very beginning, so I'm just making stuff up. Alright. That was fun. Let's go to our guild trainer and see what he's up to. One more thing, actually. I think he's going after that rat. Yep, he sure is. And we're gonna get out of here. We're gonna be smarter than this. No offense to these guys, but I have a little plan. With how many people are here, I'm gonna go grind somewhere else. I just need one mob to test something out here. We're gonna take this snake. Let me see if this works. Okay, I know what I'm doing wrong. I need the throw skill. That's what I'm doing wrong. We'll get to that. First things first, let's go find our trainer. Okay. The warrior guild is this way. The druid guild is straight ahead. The beast master's that way along with the shaman. All the wizards and stuff are over there. If I were to guess, that's the temple of Sorrowfall. There's not a town hall, but there's like a there's a place over here I thought I remembered. There. Glimmer Moon. Let me read this. I should probably start with that. We cordially invite you to join us at Glimmer Moon Hall. There you go. Look at us. See, because I knew there was a stage here, and I always wondered if that was a bard guild, whatever. All right. Premier entertainment venue. Our troops conductor James Langris would be most pleased to make your acquaintance. Kindly bring him this note at your earliest convenience. If you find yourself lost, beseech the skies, hark to the sun, blah blah blah. You may simply ask someone. Okay. Where's my... Okay. Oh, why is my journal empty? Oh, because I'm reading a note. Alright, thirsty glance. Hey, why is that jar there? Is there money in there? Let me see if I can do search jar. Taste, look. Hat jar. Nope, didn't work. All right, let me get my rested buff. Oh. This is going to be a lot. 5 days is a long time. You're not going to buy my stuff. Okay. All right, let's find out where this guild master is. Let's go down here first. Spycraft. What's that? I gotta have spies in here? I'd like to become a spy. That would be a fitting role for a bard or a rogue. James Langris. Our troop James. Yep, that's him. Alright, sweet. Alright, hold on. Before we go any further, just give me 2 seconds here. I need to fix something wrong with my audio. Just 2 more seconds. Alright, sorry about that. I was like, you know what? Since I'm doing this, I might as well grab my coffee too. So, let's turn in our note. Yeah, I can tell there's like 2 milliseconds of a delay because of how many people are in the zone. Classic EverQuest said I got one of my real life buddies to check it out. He's playing a druid, so when an SK to chill with him, similar to Pally, but seems maybe more fun so far. Nice. Alright, let's see what he says. Welcome to Glimmer Moon Hall. This moment is always a joy. Oh gosh, let me read this differently. This moment is always a joy to me. Bringing new talent into the fold is such a privilege, and I do look forward to introducing you to the others soon. But for now, let's get you to work, shall we? Oh, snap. James Langris says, don't fret, no one will pay you any mind. If you receive something in return for your gifts, hide it in the bag's false bottom. Okay. James Langris says, should you have any questions about the names on the list, or perhaps about your humble troop, you need only ask. Okay. Guess I'm glad I brought a bag. Okay, so tobacco pouch for harbor mask. Oh, I gotta deliver all this stuff. Okay. So tobacco pouch. I'm gonna put that there. Hold on, let me move this. A silk sash for guard G.SKILL. That name sounds very familiar. A small mirror for Cordelius Holmion. Small eye-shaped mirror. That's a weird mirror. Next, a leather book bound for Elrind steel. Something tells me she's either related to the warriors or she's a blacksmith. So, flower. Okay, so flower goes to her. No. The book goes to her. Where's the book? Okay, the book is her. I'm trying to put these in order because it'll make it easier. A frame flower for Giselle Haley. And last but not least, liquid vial. Alright, I'm just gonna go in the order of this list. So Harbor Master Dawood, that is probably by the port. Guard G.SKILL, he's either at the west gate or the north gate, because that's where the named guards are, at least I hope. If I get lost, I'll just ask. A small mirror for Cordelius Holmion, have no idea. Leather book for Elrind Steel. I'm gonna check the Warrior Guild, but I'm gonna ask anyways. A frame flower for Giselle Haley. No idea. A liquid vial of assistant researcher Farland. That name sounds very familiar. All right, let's. You know what? Let me ask him. Where is Cordelius Holmion? Cordelius. I just realized you guys can't even see this. Okay. James Langer says Cordelius is quite the character. He's a slithery one and ever so full of ambition. We found what he needs, but we'll see how long we remain on good terms with him. James Langer says he's playing a tricky game and he might soon find that we're better off making that known. You didn't answer my question. Don't worry, he's harmless. You'll find him. Oh, here it is. You'll find him in the library in Sageside, the small one in the Spellbinder's Spire. Spellbinder's Spire. Okay, I think I know what that is. That's where the towers are at. Okay, so that's one. We got him. Next, I need to know where. I think I know where that is. Giselle Haley. Say, where is Giselle Haley? Shoot. Did I not have him selected? Dang, how many bards are there today? You'll find her, tending to the ill in the Wayfarer's Hospice adjacent to the Traveler's Ward. Okay, I'll read that later. That's why I like the journal. So for those of you that don't know, hit J for journal, and that's how you can open all the dialogue up. Liquid vial for assistant researcher Farland. Say, where? Oh crap! No. All right. Where is assistant? Geez, that's a long name. Researcher Farland. James Langer says he's one of our newer friends, a member of the group of archaeologists. That's where I know him from. That's probably right by the entrance to the skeleton place where there's a, what is it? That skeleton chamber, whatever it's called. Okay, so assistant researcher Farland, Giselle Haley. I think I know that might be by the bank. Elrind Steel, I'm going to check by the Warriors Guild. Cordelius Holman, that's in the Wizard Spire. Guard G.SKILL is one of the guards, and Harbor Master Dawood is by the harbor, because it's a harbor master. All right, let's do this. All right. Ooh, did we get a speed buff? We sure did. And is there, hold on, is there a sandstorm going on? I don't know if you guys can hear it, but there's like wind blowing. Yep, there's a sandstorm. I just saw the sand blowing. It's probably not that strong over here where we're at, but I've seen the sandstorms get pretty crazy out here. So I lied. We're not going to the harbor. We're gonna stop by here first because I want to test my theory. Because if my theory is right, then I'm probably right about everything else. Alright, so L-Rhine steel. Oh, there you go. See, no, that's Lorinda steel. But that tells me she's probably here. L-Rhine steel. Not in there. Oh, I might as well sell something to you really quick. Here you go. Oh, you can't. You're not gonna buy it? Steel talent trainee. Jacob Yeats. Does that say Yeats? Yep. Oh, Jacob and Yeats. Oh man, this place is huge. I should have asked for help. Steel Talents Marshall Academy. It could be in any one of these rooms. Let's go down this way. Yes. See, I remember there was something that resembled a library. This is gonna look so cool when it's done, man. Can you imagine all of this being filled in like with books and like shields and swords and... Anyways, alright, so what do I need to give her again? Let me get my inventory organized. Alright, so Elrind needs a leather book. Leather, let me save my candlelight. Tiny leather bound book. Right? Bingo. Okay. Now let's go to the harbor. I'm kind of having fun with this already. Is this gonna like take me all around the city? I would not be surprised. I wonder when I get as a bard, at least in EverQuest, do you get a speed buff? I'm curious to know what level I get my speed buff for the bard. Classic EverQuest said, I think level 5. Well, there you go. Then that's my goal. My goal is to get to level 5 so I can get my speed buff. Twilight Harbor, yep. Whiskey. Perfect timing too, the sun's coming up. There you go, look at that beautiful view. Look at that. Get rid of my mug. You know what? Matter of fact, let's get rid of my name too. As much as I love seeing my name, I think we get it. My name is Tempo, little wood elf bard. We get it. We get it. Look at this, perfect timing, man. You got the boat in the distance. You got that creepy looking tower. And then you got this beautiful thing. A rat catcher. A fisherwoman. Nice. Oh, I mean, hello. Alright, so back to what we're doing here. Oh, there's a guy fishing right there. Oh no, now I'm stuck. Alright, what? There you go. Look at that. Bingo. Alright, what does this guy need? Tobacco pouch. Tobacco pouch. Alright, next is, guard G.SKILL. See, I should have checked. I knew I should have checked. I was literally just at the guard by the west gate. And, I'm gonna check the north gate because it's closer. There's a portal over here. Look how cool this looks. Dang, man. Keep getting distracted. Oh, they added some new lighting? Or maybe that's always been like that. You know, I just realized I've never been over here. Let me see if I can catch a nice look of the sunrise. Can I get to the edge over here? A lawbreaker. Hold on, I need to con these people. What is it, con? I might get attacked. Hold on, what is this? Appears uneasy. Okay, so he shouldn't attack me on sight. What about you, Karif? Well, it would have been too late. He would have already attacked me. So what is this? What is... Gambling foreigner, market peddler, a wench. So is this like the Night Harbor ghetto? A ransacker? Yeah, this is definitely the Night Harbor ghetto. Okay. Well, it might be a good hunting spot for the future. Got sidetracked there. I really need to get a new cup where my coffee doesn't get cold within 5 minutes. It's so frustrating. That way I don't have to keep getting up. Alright, so this is going to teleport us to West Gate, and we're going to see if one of these guards is Mr. G.SKILL. Sufi the Pauper, Magnificent, Meika, Guard, Araban, Watchman, G.SKILL. We got lucky. Ooh, help. Attack. Get him. Okay, the guard was slow, so I figured I'd help. Now I just gotta make sure I don't attack the guard. Okay, so what does the guard need? He needs silk sash. So here you go. This, you know what this feels like? This feels like some kind of like bribe. Because we're giving them stuff and they're giving us like these weird vials. There are enemies around preventing our trade. Are you kidding me? Come on. There you go. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna move these over here just so I don't get confused. By the way, if the sound of the music gets too loud, just let me know. It should be alright, but yeah. Alright, so next, Cordelius Holmion. This one I need help with. James Langris. Wayfarer's Hospice. I think this is the wizard one. Humble Troop. No one pay mine. Receive something. No. Ah, there it is. You'll find him in the library in Sage Side. the small one in the Spellbinder Spire. Okay. So Spellbinder Spire. I'm assuming this is the Spellbinder Spire. How long is this buff for? 14 minutes. Yeah, I better hurry up. I'm not trying to be running around the entire town without a speed buff. Okay, there's a library. They said the library, right? Temple of Yespira. Temple of Telustra. And to the Spellbinder Spire. There you go. We made it. Oh, this is tight. No! Oh, crap. Good thing they have fall damage turned off. Okay, let's try that again. Come on. It's not having my shenanigans today. Alright, we get it. It's probably cool. Oh well, yeah, it is cool. Nice, okay. Spellbinders of the Spire. Okay, Spellgate Guard. Inquisitor Spell. Spellbinder Guard. Let me check back here. There you go. This is good. Wrong thing. Cordelius Holmian small mirror. So I think that was the eyeball. Small eye-shaped mirror. Alright, so small metal parchment. 2 more. Alright, so this one, I think I need to go all the way to where the excavators are. And so I'm gonna go to that one last. Giselle Haley, I think that's by the bank. Let me check this. Got so many things open. Small one Spellbinder Guild. No. Gentle Giselle. She's rare jewel of a person with such an unfortunately complicated family. It weighs heavily on her, so I hope the flower lifts her spirit a bit, as she does so love them. Oh, that's sweet. You'll find her tending to the ill in the Wayfarer's Hospice adjacent to the Traveler's Ward. Traveler's Ward. I don't know what Wayfarer's Hospice is. I mean, I know what a hospice is. I don't know what the Wayfarer's Hospice is. Traveler's Ward. Do they mean sojourners? The sojourners is where all the not the blacksmith. That's where the lumberjack is. That's where all those people are. So, I mean, let's take a shortcut. Oh, man. Hey, there we go. Let's get a view. Check out the city really quick. Beautiful day in Night Harbor. How should we do this? Hey, look at that. I've never seen that before. Oh, what's this? Oh, we're checking this out. I hope I don't get myself killed. Let me see what's happening. I have no idea where I'm going right now. Is that a zombie? It sure is. Whoa. Hold on. No, that's a player. Catacombs rat. Ready to attack and it's red. Heck no, let's get out of here. So there's some kind of catacombs over here, so that's another place we can go and hunt later. Well, like not later, but like later. We got 5 days, so hopefully I'll be like level 10 by then. All right. Yeah, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the Sojourners place, and I'm going to take a shortcut through these alleyways. We're going to take the path less traveled. I do so many scenic routes whenever I play. Every single stream I do, I think I spend more time exploring than I do playing. I remember one of my streams with the Druid. It was like a 4-hour, 3-hour stream, and I only made it to level 3 because all I was doing is exploring. Oh, all this is new. Oh, they're starting to put like furniture and assets up. Nice. Ooh, that's new. I like new stuff. They're doing such a great job, man. Great job. Great job. I'm starting to sound like a New Yorker. Great job. Forget about it. Okay, so Sojourner. Okay, what do we get? What did we get? I see, now I can't stop doing it. Spent too much time in New York growing up. GHz Haley. Okay. So no. There it is. Wayfarer's Hospice. Okay. First aid. Seventh Valran. Cleric Regents. Gamut. No. Maxius Stanton. Trey Fulton. Is this like where the Cleric Guild is? That's what it feels like. Feels like this is gonna be like some kind of okay, sorry. What's her name again? I forgot her name already. GHz Haley. Okay. So it said it's by. He said it's by here, right? Gentle Giselle. He's adjacent to the Traveler's Ward. Wait. So you'll find her tending to the ill in Wayfarer's Hospice. So that she's inside there. Yeah. You know what? While we're here, let me just check one thing. I want to see if the beetle guy... Yep. This is the most popular quest giver in Monsters and Memories. He collects beetles and then he creates beetle armor. So that should be fun. We'll probably get some beetle armor. I think the only thing that's stupid about the beetle armor for a bard... I don't think the beetle armor is stupid. I think it's great. But specifically for a bard is that it adds like +1 strength, but then it negates your charisma by like 1. I forgot her name again. What's wrong with me today? Giselle. Okay, Giselle. And she's tending to the sick. So where are the sick? Oh gosh. Yeah, there she is. Oh my gosh. I'm so glad I didn't go down that hallway. Alright, Giselle, how you doing? Hopefully this brightens up your day. Here's your flower. Alright, last but not least, yeet. If I'm remembering this correctly, this should be 100% the final one. Let's hope. And then after this, we can level up. There's our beautiful city in the background. How much is left? We got 5 more minutes remaining on the speed. Assistant Researcher Farland. I knew it. I knew it was this guy. It's such a memorable name when you run into here. Okay, so let's hand that in. Okay, so we're gonna... And now we're gonna do the opposite. We're gonna put everything in here. Yeah, we're gonna move everything in here. And we're gonna combine it. Okay. Small courier bag. So there you go. Small bag containing the parchment vials Jamie sent you to collect. And now we're gonna go back to our guildmaster. And get our reward. And we're definitely gonna go somewhere where it's like not here. Because there's gonna be too many people. That went really smooth. I can't imagine doing that if they didn't provide the the details. So here's something new players need to understand. There's obviously no mini map, there's no GPS. There's going to be a map in the future, but if there is a map, it's probably going to be a player-made map. Cartography. It's going to be a trade skill, and basically don't rely on maps. Get used to the area. Learn. You're going to learn where everything is just by traveling there, and you're going to have to like stay awake, right? But one tip is that you can ask these like guild, like important NPCs, or like where's the warrior guild. You can type, say, where is such and such, and they'll tell you, and it will be saved in your journal. Hit J to pull that up. All right, so let's go ahead and give them that. That was a Beastmaster, by the way. I have a Beastmaster, that's why I knew that. That's the new bear, I guess they got. All right, so hand that in. Jamie's coin, a gold coin with the guild's crest detailed in azure enamel. Okay, can't give me something cooler than that. Let me see what he said. So what do you do? What do you do next? James Langworth says, splendid work. I hope your first jaunt around the city in service of our greater good found you well. You're probably parched. Take this coin to the barkeep at our tavern across from the stage, and he'll give you a drink. Okay, I guess. I haven't had a drink in years though, bud. So I'd rather take a reward. Here you go. Okay, Twilight Bay rum. Effect, inebriation. On click, any slot, cast level. We'll sell it. Nah, I'm not a drinker anymore. Alright, let's go ahead and keep it going. So we got the list of names. Destroy this note when you're done. I guess we're done. Alright, actually I think that worked out in our favor. So we have 45 copper. I kind of want to get an let me organize something real quick. So crafting survival, place torch. Actually, cancel that. All right. Cloth bandage. I need to kill skeletons for that. I need wood for that. You know what? I don't need that. I was gonna say I need to get some wood for campfire stuff, but I really don't need that right now. I just need to focus on killing NPCs. All right, so we're gonna go to the the north gate. So everybody's here. This is the north gate. It's packed. There's still 384 people here. That's a whole lot. We have a bag, so that's gonna help us store some loot. And we're gonna find a spot to hunt on the other side of town. And then, oh no, I'm an idiot. No, I'm an idiot. I want to see if there's any spells I can buy. Oops, wrong way. Glimmer Moon Hall. You? That should have been the first thing I did. So actually, there's two things. Number one, we're going to train up in dodge. Double attack requires level 20. Meditation is level 4. I hope bards can wear plate. That would be so cool. Bard spell merchant. Oh, cool. Instruments. Simple brass horn. I'm not going to buy an instrument right now. I need to ask somebody if if they work. Okay, so we need throw because we have those daggers, so we're gonna buy that. Screaming vocalization, we have that. Beats of War, we have that. Hymn of the Dead, what's that? Okay, let me close these out. Immerse your target in solemn hymn, revealing the direction of their corpse in the current zone. Okay, I mean, that's cool, but I pretty much know that if I die, I'll know where to go. But that's pretty cool. So one thing that I like is that they're introducing like resurrection and all these things to help with corpse runs, just like in classic EverQuest. So it's not just like, oh, I hate corpse runs. It's like, all right, well, everybody hates corpse runs. That's why you need to rely on a wizard, or it's that class interdependency, right? Each class has something special that others can't do. I'm a bard, for example. You know, I have group regeneration, mana regeneration, health regeneration, speed buffs, and I can have those things running either simultaneously or in between each other and buff my entire group. So a wizard can't do that, but a wizard can teleport you. And I think a cleric can resurrect you, and a druid can teleport. So like, there's a lot of cool things. So we're not gonna get that. We're gonna save our money. Dissonant Rift. What is this? Dissonant Rifts. That's level 2. Overwhelm your target with unnerving rifts, dealing 2 to 20 damage by level 60. Magic damage every 6 seconds for 18 seconds. So that's like damage over time. That's level 2, so I'm gonna buy that now. We're gonna level up. And wait, did I buy the other one? Okay, yeah. And then level 3 is enthrall your target with somniferous serenade, what? Oh yeah, incapacitating them for 18 seconds. Incapacitating, so I'm not sure if that's like a mez or a stun, but we're gonna buy that too. No, we're not. We only have 15 copper. All right, so let's start there. So first things first, let's memorize our throw because we have the daggers. I don't even know how to craft these daggers, but I'm gonna need to do that sometime. As we go through this, I'm gonna need to learn how to craft daggers, and or buy them. I prefer to do some crafting this go around. I mean, I don't think I can fully even put into words how crazy 5 days is. Like 5 days of this is insane. I think the longest playtest I've ever been a part of was the 3. It was either 2 or 3 days. The last one. But yeah, we got a lot done. Alright, so we're gonna go run to the other side of town. We're gonna find a camp. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna level up. Meet some friends. 5 days, yeah, classic EverQuest said 5 days, let's go. Dude, it's great. It got me thinking, you know what I mean? It's like, these playtests have been great, 2-3 days, 5 days, and then the next one's gonna be 7 days in September. And it's like, with every playtest becoming longer, that should be telling you, hey, we're getting closer to early access. You know, some of us that have been here since the beginning, we've seen these like empty textures change to something like this. We've seen the roads go from just white boxing to like this. We've seen these empty shelves turn into stuff like we've seen around town, where you're starting to see armor and you're starting to see things on the wall and banners. You know, imagine, like, we're talking about 5 days, 7 days. Imagine when we reach to early access, you know, how this blue castle, how it's not going to be unfinished, it's going to be completed. How the palace is going to be glistening with whatever type of textures they decide to put on there. This was not here, I think, 2 playtests ago. Like, this wasn't even here. Now fast forward from early access and fast forward to day one 1.0 release, when they can officially say, okay, we got the assets in, we got the textures in, we got the world built out. Now we can move on to like modules, which is kind of like expansions, but essentially 1.0 release is like when the game is like complete and ready for launch. But from there, they're going to continue expanding the world, not like adding other continents. You know how typical expansions, I'm not saying they'll never add another continent, but I'm saying one thing Sean's talked about is, let me help this guy. It is building out the world like laterally or whatever. Did you guys see me throw that knife? That was tight. Like instead of building the world out, it's like building it from within or whatever. I don't know how to say it. Can I throw knives when I'm up close or no? Anyways, all I'm saying is like we're seeing the world now, and we're seeing it with all of its limitations and not being complete. You know, just imagine what it's gonna look like when it's ready. It's gonna be great. I mean, especially since by that time they're gonna start making money. Keep in mind, everything that they've been doing up until this point, they've been spending money, not making money. Every single dime they've spent on developing this game has come out of, you know, Zukin's pocket, Sean's pocket, you know, Nick's pocket. Like, this has been a total labor of love, and they haven't collected a dime for the development of this game. And if you're new to the project, go to their website. They actually have a list of all the money they've spent. Crap. Oh, this is a bad mistake. I got knife happy. Come on, come on, come on. I don't think I can take both of them. Come on. Ah, this is dumb. I shouldn't have done this. I saw the sword and I'm like, oh, I want that sword. That's what happens when you're greedy at level 1. Come on, come on. Alright, I lost XP. Well, I didn't lose XP, but I just risked it all. Where's that mob that I attack here? I need to be looting everything. Matter of fact, with how many people are playing, I should be even looting these corpses too. I'm gonna sit down and rest. Early on, everything you see, just loot it. Somebody's leaving all this precious copper. Look at that. Copper right there. Can't loot this one yet. Look at that. A rat here. Nice. Nice. Okay, what else? Let's try this one again. Not yet. Skeleton. Not yet. Look, this guy's even dropping stuff. He's like, nah, man. I'll take it. Let's loot this guy. I got a skull. Looks like there's a snake. Ooh, look at that. I've never seen that over here. I don't know what that is, but we're gonna check it out. Maybe there's a merchant or something. Skeleton. Can't loot that yet. Alright, I should be able to loot this now. It's been like more than 2 minutes. Dude, why can't I loot it? It's been like more than 2 minutes, 3 minutes. I think you have to wait like 5 minutes before you can loot somebody else's corpse. Should be any minute now. Hambo Hambino. Nope. Any general directions to leatherworker or leather armor merchants? Yes. So if you remember, I don't know if you were here. So for anyone that does remember, when I was running to do that quest, when I was trying to find that lady to give her the flower, there was a, so basically it's by the Sojourners area where the bank is, by the North Gate. So if you're West Gate, sorry. So if you're at the West Gate, coming out of the West Gate, you make a left and there's the inn on your right, and then there's a bank on your right. Make a right at that bank and keep going down, and then it's your first left. You're gonna see the leather worker there. And speaking of leather worker, I'm actually gonna go sell right now. I know that there's a leather worker right over here. So we're at the North Gate. So similar to what I said about the West Gate, but here we are at the North Gate. There's a used armor trainer and a leather worker right here. So, okay, I'm trying to sell really quick. He doesn't want any of my stuff. This is where the tailor is. So in case you need this stuff, snake fangs, sell that. Bags and packs. Used weapons. I don't have any of this stuff. Oh, I know. And there's a cook in here. So this is where you'd sell like your meat. So you see how I have meat and bat wings and everything. You need to find somebody that's a cook and they'll buy all this stuff. Boom, look at that. He's gonna buy everything. And we're gonna cook the meat really quick. Alright, so let's cook the meat. Humbo said thanks. You're welcome. You know, another thing, like, the thank you just made me think about, like, how good of a mood I've been in anticipation of these playtests. I could tell you guys some really dark stuff, you know what I mean? And I'm sure we can all tell stories about like current events and stuff that's happened in our lives. But through all that stuff, like, this has really brightened up my day. I mean, it sounds so dumb. It's like, dude, you're excited about a game? It's like, it's not so much about the game, it's like why we play the game. We play these games for escapism, right? Especially these MMORPGs. And that escapism that we had when we were kids and we played World of Warcraft for the first time and we got lost in Azeroth, or when we played EverQuest for the first time and we got lost in Norath. So we're getting to experience those feels all over again. And what's cool about that is that it just, you know, after I had a long day at work today, I was up to like 3 in the morning last night, and then I had to wake up at 6. I had about blah 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 stuff, just stuff. You know what I mean? Nobody cares. Everyone has their own stuff. So I'm not gonna go down that road. But I will say, what mentally I was like, I can't wait to do this. I can't wait to be here. And now that I'm here, I'm even happier than I could have imagined. It's just a good feeling. Alright, so what's the text font command again? I forgot since last month. You mean like increase font size? Type /help. And it is... I'm searching through it. MOTD, inspect, and ignore, hide helm. Jeez, hold on. Guild, MOTD, friends, disband, clear. Gosh, I'm looking, hold on. Macro, kiss, kick, hug, FPS, follow, consider, cheer, buy, petition, bow, monk, frame rate. Okay, here we go. frame rate, background FPS, auto split attack, slash assist. You know what? I don't know. I don't know. You're right. Oh, you said I didn't see it in help. Let me hold on one sec. Let me just check this. So font size. Font size in chat without making the whole window larger. Bro, I have no idea. Let me ask in game. Hey guys, what's the command to change font size? Oh, this is so cool. You guys seeing this? There's Yona has leveled up. Bro, why is the guard all the way over here? Dude, this is too easy. Look, they're just leaving all these corpses behind for me. Dude, there's too many people in the chat. I can't even keep up. Oh, there you go. So it's, you see it in the chat? It's type chat font size 6. Thank you, Brunt. That's what I love about a true MMORPG. This is great. Yeah, we're just gonna loot it all. Look at all these corpses. This is great. Free loot. Nice. Yeah, we might even be able to buy another bag. Dude, this is so good. Okay, I'm already filled up. Let's go sell again, boys. That's crazy. All right, we're at 50 copper now. I really would like to buy like one more bag, because then we're gonna be stacked. I want to get some new armor soon. But first things first, I want a better sword. So we're gonna go back to the cook, because he's gonna buy most of this stuff. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I'm a dummy. You guys know what I forgot to do. What's the easiest way to get a free bag? You already know. Okay. All right, so let's make a journey. I'm going to teach the new guys something really quick. So first of all, we have 88 copper. We're going to see if this guy has a bag for 88 copper. A pouch is 55, so that's nice. A satchel is 2 silver. All right, we're going to start off with a pouch. Okay, so there you go. So we'll do this. We're gonna level up really quick, and then I'm gonna teach the newbies something. But look how quickly we got our second bag. That's how you do it, boys. Now you understand what in the character creation why I went with survivalist, because that extra pouch really helps you get ahead early on as far as how much you can loot. Oh crap, what the heck is attacking me? Bro, chill. I'm just trying to loot some stuff. Let's see if I can take him. Probably not, but we're gonna do it anyways. Beats of War. What do we loot? Rusty Scythe. 4 damage, 28 delay. Let's switch weapons real quick. Bro, stop. Oh, I can't use it? The heck? Man, there's too many things going on there for a minute. Why can't I equip this? 4 damage, 27 delay. Beast Lord, Frontier. I don't know why I said Frontier. You better not run to the guards. Okay. Oh, no way. Look at all this gear we just got. Okay, that's not gear, but that's nothing. And that's just a short sword. I love these early levels when you get excited with this random ass stuff. Alright, so let me get my bags organized. So we got a rusty short sword, that's 5 damage, 34. Definitely not using that. So why can't I use this one, the rusty scythe? It's not two-handed, is it? It's primary, secondary. It doesn't make sense. So you're telling me a bard can't use a scythe? That's not lore accurate. Guys, I'm sorry, it's too tempting to loot all these corpses. I mean, think about it. I decided to be a survivalist, so it kind of fits the lore. This guy's yellow. I don't know why I'm attacking a yellow guy. This is a really bad idea. This is not going to end well. I'm not even going to waste my time. Dude, come on. Thank you. Alright, we got like two more guys and then we'll level up. And then we'll have another damage over time. The dissenting rifts or whatever it's called. That's too high of a level. The snake is perfect. So far I'm having a lot of fun with the bard. And I don't even have my spells figured out. My songs, right? There's no spells. I'm a bard. I gotta get used to saying songs. I better not get killed by a rat. Oh, it's getting close. Come on, dude. Land your shots. My health is getting very low. This is not good. No! No! Oh, thank God somebody's healing me. Gotta love an MMO. Come on. Oh, dude, look at my health. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Lifesaver. Oh my gosh, did you see how close I was? I literally had like 1 health. Quick bio. I'll be right back. That was fun. Alright, I'm back. Bob and Bob said close one. Yeah, that was a close one. It's all the multitasking, man. Look at all these people. God, I love seeing so many people. Ah, it's so great. And they're not just like fillers. You know what I mean? Like a lot of MMOs, like, oh, there's a lot of people playing. It's like you're not playing with real people. It's like they're real people, but they're not there to interact with you. They have their quest helper open, and all they see is like, go here, go here, go here. And or they're just boxing. They've got like, they're like MMORPG day traders. They've got like 6 monitors and like 6 boxes up, and that's their group. All their imaginary friends. I'm sorry, I think boxing is the lamest thing to ever enter MMORPGs. I would say no offense, but I'd say it's one of the things that just really makes. What's the point of it? Just play Baldur's Gate 3. Like, you don't need to box. You can control all of the NPCs right there. You'll probably have more fun playing Baldur's Gate 3 than playing EverQuest with 6 instances of it open. Like, and I get it. You know what I mean? I know why people do it. It's because the world is dead. Because nobody's playing. I mean, but for me, one of the things that made EverQuest so fun was like actually playing with other people. That was like back in the AOL days when it's like we were just getting into social media and MySpace and all that other stuff. The fact that we could play a game and just like see other people was insane. I just leveled up. We're gonna take this guy out too. Anyway, and again, I'm not trying to throw shade at people that box. I'm just like, I genuinely think it's game breaking. I think there's a place for it, but it shouldn't be allowed on games like this. I would be very disappointed with the devs if they allowed boxing on this game when it releases. Dude, look at my health again. This is not good. I'm gonna get killed for talking mess about boxers. Dude, no. No, no, no. Come on, come on. Kill him. One more hit. One more hit. Dude. Oh, man. I was so close. I was so close. Well, this is okay. Because I actually intended for this to happen. Because I wanted to teleport to the other side of town so I can get another bag. So this was all part of my plan. Because since we leveled up to level 2, remember what I told you guys? I said we're going to level up to level 2, and then we're going to memorize our spell, and then we're going to go get our other bag. So that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm going to the Shifty Gnome, and I'm going to get the bag. Bob and Bob said ding. YouTube really needs to fix the chat delay. It's annoying. I have it set on low latency, but I think by the time I read your messages, like 20 seconds has passed. Excuse me. Alright, so Shifty Gnome has a quest for us. Where is he? I might have some work, so I'm gonna say what work? I gave you this pack. You fill it with cloth scraps. Interested? Say interested. Boom. And now we have another bag, just like that. Nice. Am I getting attacked again? Oh crap, I am. Look at that. Those guys are like level 2, 3, 4, and they're all grouping together. I got a little squad going on. I mean, dang. when you have so many people in this area, it's better just to group, because there's like not enough mobs to go around if you stick in one place. That's why I went to the other side of town. And besides that, there's other places you can go to. So don't think like, oh, there's not enough mobs. It's like, sorry, but you just gotta explore a little bit. There's even NPCs within the city. So like earlier when we were hanging out, oh sorry, let me show you guys something. So this is the west gate. Who was it? I think it was Hambos about the leather worker. Yeah, Hambos. So this is the inn. So that's the inn. There's a door on the other side, but I'm just gonna show you. So you keep going down here, you run past the Wagoneer trainer. There's the bank. There's the other entrance to the inn. That's the Shaded Bloom Inn. To the left over here, what we're passing is where all the lumberjack and mining stuff. So if you want to like mine ore, or if you want to mine copper, if you want to cut trees down, all of those people are over there. And then this is the tannery. So this is everything for leather working. Because you were asking about the leather worker. And I believe one of them is a leather, like a merchant as well. So. Alright, so that's the thing. When something like that happens, like we just got knocked out, we can still find a way to benefit. Now, if I was a higher level and I de-leveled because of that, yeah, I'd be pissed. Yeah. I don't even want to read what you just said, Classic request. I'm gonna throw up. No, I'm kidding, I'm gonna read it. Bob and Bob said, scouts are no joke, and with a weapon, they have good DPS. Yeah, scouts are nice. I mean, the scouts are they're painful. He knocked me out quick. Classic EverQuest, they said they're going to, yeah, okay. Fine, I'll read the whole comment. Classic EverQuest said, they said there are going to be boxing and non-boxing servers. I mean, yeah, I get it. So just create 2 servers. The non-boxing server is going to be just the server that we all play on. And then the boxing server is just give them an offline client, just the executable. They don't even need to connect to the internet, and voila, you can box. You can box up to 60 players. You can basically create your own imaginary server with 60 boxes. You can have like imaginary friends running around. You can have your squad of 5 group members with you. So you can basically just create your own little server and make as many boxes as you want. Just keep it offline. I'm sure there's like a whole boxing community that if they heard that take, they would just like, that's it. Cancel Class&Cool. How dare he? How dare you? That was my imitation of that girl. All right, where's my corpse? There you go. All right, bet. So while we're at it, we're gonna sell. Let's memorize our new spell. We should have enough money for our next spell, I think, after we sell. Probably not. We should just keep leveling up. I made a mistake. So we're gonna make this number 3. We're gonna make throw number 1. And then we're gonna make this number 4. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know. I mean, like if 1 out of 100 people boxes, I guess, you know, it's just the picture through my point of view. Like I've logged into EverQuest Live before, and like I see 3 people running together, and then I realize that the other 2 are just following in like the most perfect format or whatever, and I realize they're boxes or they're mercenaries. And nothing was more like sad to me than realizing that I wasn't playing an MMORPG anymore. I was just playing a single player game that's connected to the internet. So it's one of the reasons why I really like Quorum, because I used to play P99 Green all the time, and I still log in here and there. But P99 Green before Quorum came out would average around 900 to 1100 players. Now it's around 400 and everyone's level 60. If it was 50-50 split between like level 60s and like lower levels, then I'd be playing P99 right now, but everyone's just min-maxed out. And I know not everyone, but enough people to where I feel like if I'm playing a fresh start character, there's not going to really be a lot of people to group with. I could be wrong. Probably am wrong to some degree. I haven't been inside of P99 Green for a while, but I mean, it's a really mature classic server. There's only so much you can do before you kind of have to restart the server or just have an influx of new players. And when Quorum came out, most of those new players, they moved on to Quorum from P99, or just maybe they stopped playing. So who's in here? Spinning trainer. Okay, there's nothing there. Eric Jones said, "You're definitely wrong. I hate everything you just said. I'm blocking your YouTube." Whoa, okay. No, I'm just kidding. Eric Jones said, "You're definitely not wrong. It's why a lot of us just don't play it. Been waiting for a new P99 for years now." Yeah. I would love to see a fresh P99. And I mean, to be honest, that's what Quorum was for me. I mean, for me, Quorum is literally just that. It's P99 with some quality of life. I didn't even know about all the custom so-called add-ons that apparently they have until this whole like ban started. And people were like, "We're losing all of our custom stuff," and I'm just like, "Oh crap, oh crap." People were like, "Yeah, we're losing our special zones and our special quests and our special mobs," and I'm just like, "Really? Quorum had all this stuff that I didn't know about?" And I guarantee you, even if I knew about it, I wouldn't engage in it, because there's enough for me to do in classic Kunark, Velius, and you know, that I wouldn't need those extra zones. But it's because I'm a casual player. I was a casual player when I was 13. I'm a casual player at the current age that I'm at. I'm not gonna say my age. It's like we're all the same age here. But anyways, so yeah, as a casual player, if I sit there and play a game like P99, Kunark through Velius, there's no way I can go through all the content. I don't even think I've ever hit level 60. My highest level is on P99 Green. I have a level 57 Druid right now. That's the highest I've ever gotten in EverQuest. Because normally I just go through like level 30, 40, and then I start over, because I love the journey from level 1. It's my favorite part. So I've never even experienced like raids and stuff. Which is cool though, because that means I still have so much to explore, you know? So much to experience, basically. All right, I promised I would look and see what this guy is doing over here. Classic EverQuest said the zones were mostly just holiday zones for bonus. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he said the zones were mostly just holiday zones for bonus XP weekends. Yeah, and I went to those zones. There was that one zone where before Kunark or before Kunark or Vilius got released, they had that one zone with all like the skeletons. And yeah, I mean, I remember that. I did log into that. But I don't think we're losing that particular zone. It's just like other ones. Oh, nice. Okay. Oh wait, this guy's ripping me off. Hold on. Does he have a quest? What's this guy's name? Clint the Innocent. Okay, Clint the Innocent says at least it will be once my big... Wait, hold on. Clint the Innocent says, yo, hail and well met, traveler. Welcome to Clint's Corner. At least it will be once my big friend and I have a chance to settle into the city. How may I help you? I don't know if he has a quest or not. Alright, we're going to try out our new spell. That's a long cast time, dude. So that was my dot. I should probably chop some trees down so I can... Yeah, I remember those zones, so... Yeah, I didn't have an issue with those. And they were fun. I had fun. I think I went in there once or twice for the holidays, and I normally don't like that kind of stuff. Like I don't like XP potions. I don't like all that stuff. I just want to play the game the way it was designed, and for everyone to be on the same playing field. Which is why I hate Chrono, and I hate like the XP boosting on EverQuest Live and all that stuff. But basically, if we're on, I think I was stuck at like level 17, and I really wanted to get to level 20 because I don't know why it turned into such a hell level, but I just couldn't get past like level 17, even though I've done it a million times. And then my boy was just like, yeah, you should just come on the holiday zone. And I did, and I mean, we had a blast. And I think I got a bag while I was there too, so it's like a 10 slot bag or something. Bag of Alcabazar or something. And what else? Yeah, I reached level 20. So I mean, I guess there's a time and a place for it, but I wouldn't want to spend my entire time in EQ just going into like fake zones. And because there's an XP bonus there and there's custom loot. Now, hear me out. I'm not against Classic Plus though. So if somebody wants to create a Classic Trilogy experience, let's say Kunark, Vilius, Classic, and they want to expand the existing content in a lore-friendly way, keyword is lore-friendly, that would be cool. Like I was thinking about it randomly today, Greater Fade Arc, right? Imagine if there was a secret tunnel with like level 25 to 45 mobs, and this secret tunnel goes all the way underneath Greater Fade Arc, Butcher Block, and when you come up it takes you like to the boat or something like that. So to high levels they can just walk down that tunnel and then be on the other side of Butcher Block in like however long it takes them to walk. But for low levels, you know, unless you get invis early on, you can't really take that shortcut. But it also will create that additional content to keep you in Greater Fade Arc for longer. Now, I go back to Greater Fade Arc all the time because I love to go find low-level players at the noob lift or the POD lift, and then just start buffing and power leveling and helping the little guys out. But besides that, it would be nice if there was something... oh crap, does he need help? Oh, he's dead. And now I'm gonna die. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna die. We're not gonna die. I can't see though. Yeah, so anyways, I was just saying Classic Plus, you know, I think what do you know, Sean was talking about Classic Plus, basically taking the old EverQuest, putting a fresh coat of paint on it, brand new modern graphics, keeping everything classic, and then adding additional content, layering additional content over classic, but keeping it lore friendly, obviously. That would be a really cool experience if done right. The only way it's going to be done right is if you really respect the lore and not just be like, all right, we added a new zone, it's holiday XP zone for 50x XP, and we get you all these drops. It's like, that pulls you out of the immersion, you know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Like, let's say like I said, I use Greater Fate Arc as an example. That secret tunnel, lore wise, you can say it opened up because the Crushbone orcs tried to expand, and they wanted to expand into two fronts. They wanted to attack the goblins by the Butcher Block docks, and they wanted to attack the Butcher Block guards. And something happened where basically the goblins and the orcs are underneath that tunnel, and they're basically butting heads. By the time you make it to the middle of the tunnel, you notice that there's little encampments for both goblins and orcs because they're fighting against each other. So it's just like, oh, okay, I kind of understand the conflict that's happening underneath here. So they're both fighting for control of this tunnel, just as an example. Goblins versus orcs, Butcher Block versus Greater Fate Arc. You know, basically add a little hole with rocks around it, and boom, that's an extra zone right there. Anyways, have you tried Spell Sword class yet? Is that an alpha? The one you're talking about is the... I know what you're talking about. I'm just trying to remember the name of it. It's like sword... Spell Sword. Yeah, it's something like that. I just can't remember the name. I haven't tried it, but it sounds really cool. I'll tell you what it is really quick. Spellblade. Yeah, like a wizard mixed with like a warrior or something, or a rogue type of class. Sounds pretty cool to me. Dude. Jeez. I didn't really need help from that guy, but it is what it is. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't read it. So that was Endragon that said, have you tried the Spellblade class yet? Is it an alpha? Yes, it is. And thank you, Eric Jones. Eric Jones said Spellblade. Thank you. My brain wasn't working. I'm doing a lot of multitasking in my brain right now. It's like, one, I'm trying to make sure that staying sharp and awake because it's late. And two, I need to kind of stick to the plan here, you know? When you're hanging out with other people, sometimes you lose track of what the goal is, and the goal is we need to level up. I'm not gonna dilly-dally this time around. We're gonna make it. Before you know it, we're gonna be level 5 and up. You watch. And even though there's a lot of players, we're gonna figure this out. And I'm gonna start taking on everything I see. Let's see how my daggers work. Look at that. Tight. We're gonna loot everything we find. And this is a bad idea, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Ah, we got this, man. I wonder if I also get like some kind of snare song. You know, I have no idea how to play a bard because I don't know about like the snare, slowing them down. But let's say I want to do like multiple, like okay, like a druid for example. You cast one spell, you snare the target. Then you cast the next spell, it's damage over time. And then you cast the next spell, it's a nuke. Right? So bum bum bum. So you do 1-1, 1-1, and then after that you just spam your nuke, right? Pretty simple. With a bard, let's say you have a damage over time, do you sit there and sing one song to do the dot? One song to do the snare? Wouldn't you have to stop singing or whatever? I don't know why I wasn't attacking him. So I don't know how that works. I'm sure I'll figure it out, but I'm completely clueless on how to properly play this class. We're gonna learn though. What I really need is I need a heal, and I think I had it written down. Hold on. So I get my heal at level 4. So level 3 I'm gonna get my mez. Level 4 I'm gonna get my heal. Level 5 I'm gonna get my speed upgrade. You know what would be really nice if I could find one of these rotting skeletons with a cracked staff. That would really make my day right now. Just get rich really quick. We gotta ask the RNG homies to hook it up. Alright, let's go heal up. I'm over here like running around with 24 health, just trying to mow everything down. Oh man, and that campfire is out. That stinks. Somebody needs to add some wood to the fire. Alright, we might as well cook our meat while we're here. Let's go sell. Alright, let's see. You see how much these bags are helping out? Makes life so much easier. We're at 158. We still need one more silver, and we can go ahead and buy another bag. But again, we're not going to focus on that. We're good. 3 bags is more than enough for now. We're going to focus on leveling up. Maybe buying some new gear. Let's see if I can buy some more gear really quick. I want to buy some leather. 2 silver. See, I can't do that right now. Yeah, we'll come back later. Let's just keep grinding. Alright, looks like people are starting to log off for the night, which is good. There's 309 people in the zone, which is still insane. considering it's just one zone. But I'm good with that. It's the more for the rest of us. Yo, this guard is annoying. Oh, yeah, there you go. So I can just run around and... Oh, so this is how you play a bard. Look, I'm kiting him, guys. Nice. Oh, this is gonna get fun. I can already see it. So I'm gonna get my speed buff at level 5. I'm gonna have my damage over time, and I'm gonna have my nuke. And I'm just gonna be able to run around like that and hopefully attack multiple mobs at the same time. That's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm excited. Alright, it's starting to get fun now. I like it. I'm just gonna keep pulling these guys. So it looks like I'm able to do both things at once. Like I can basically pull these guys and sing my song at the same time, which is nice because, you know, when you're a caster, you have to pick one. You either attack or you cast. And with a bard, from what I've noticed so far, it looks like I'm able to do both. Yeah, like right now. See, I'm running and casting. Nice. Yeah, this is starting to get fun. Get myself buffed up. That little halfling. Ow. Ow. We just saved that dude. You see Papa running away? Yo, I love those close calls. Like when you see somebody in trouble and you hit him with that clutch heal at the last minute, or you take away aggro. There's few better feelings than saving some dude's life. And look, it paid off. We got a cloth tunic. Nice. We're not naked anymore. Look at us, man. We got a dress. Let's get the Dune Scarab. Oh, that's yellow. Do we risk it? Let's risk it. Hold on. I'm gonna see if I can... I've never done this before, folks, so just don't make fun of me if I'm doing it wrong. Oops, that's not the one I wanted. Hey, it's working though. It's taking forever, but it's working. This is great. This is a lot of fun. Oh, great. I gotta add. It would be a lot easier if I wasn't getting chased by that stupid wolf right now. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Grego. You don't need to help me. That's the fun part, is that a lot of people don't know how a bard works. So they'll probably think I'm running for my life. But there you go. That was a nice little experiment. So even at level 2, folks, you can kite mobs. And now you guys see why I've chose the daggers. that literally made this possible. Dude, this is so much fun. I don't care. I don't care what anybody says. Monsters and Memories is life. All right. Now we just need to get more NPCs. I'm just gonna start throwing knives at everybody. Oh crap! No. It'd be nice if I landed a hit. Can I move this? Yes, I can. Yeah. Dude, are these like rats super agile that they're hard to hit? What's going on here? So yeah, and the reason I tell you guys, any people that are new, make sure you loot everything, because like even something like the rat tooth, right? They're like, oh, it's only like 6 copper. Okay, what's 6 times 10? 60, right? So you're more than halfway to getting 1 silver. How many is 20? 120, right? So it's 1.2 silver right there, and a lot of these rats drop 2 of them, right? So if you're just mindlessly killing everything and just looting everything, that silver adds up quick. You know, you don't really have to go out of your way to do it, but it just makes sense early on just to just get stacked, you know. And then let RNG to take care of the rest. As far as like, there's going to be plenty of other opportunities. Like the cracked staff is 5 silver. Like, that's like the holy grail of lucky loot at this early level. Hey, if anyone in the chat knows off the top of your head and can answer this question, but can the bard wear plate armor? I really like the way I envision the bard, and or what I liked about the bard in EverQuest is that they could wear like chain and plate, if I remember correctly, and I just always thought that was really cool, you know, because normally you wouldn't. And like you picture like a rogue or a bard, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, they're not going to be wearing plate. But I feel like bards were the exception, and they could actually wear plate armor. Anybody knows that, just let me know. Okay, cool. Classic EverQuest comes in clutch as usual. He said leather, but devs said maybe some pieces of mail. Yeah, I think 100%, you know, if the devs, I mean, it doesn't matter if the devs are listening or not. I'm just one person, but my opinion is that they should definitely wear mail. Like, think about it, they're bards, you know what I mean? Bards, where do they spend most of their time? In the pub. You know, they play instruments. They're probably big and lofty and charismatic. You know, they're not always hiding in the shadows like a rogue is. So why wouldn't they be able to wear something like chain, you know? Plus they have all those special abilities. Like, for example, a rogue, it makes sense, right? They don't have any spells. They have to rely on, you know, their nimbleness. They have to rely on having light armor on all the time. Like, it makes sense why they wouldn't be able to do it. But a bard can compensate, you know? they have the speed spell and all this other stuff, so it just kind of makes sense in my opinion. But I'm sure other people smarter than me have said similar things, so I'll let the devs listen to them. I try not to give too many pointers on, hey, you guys should design the game this way. Like, I kind of just want them to design the game. And then the type of feedback I like to provide is like, hey, this spell, this level 5 healing spell doesn't feel good. Like, the level 1 spell and the level 5 spell feel almost identical. Like, this is actual feedback that I had. Like, that's the kind of feedback I like to provide, because from the player's feeling, I'm like, this feels underpowered to the degree that it's like bugged. Like, essentially is what I'm saying. And when I experience something like that, I share it with them, but I usually don't tell them like, hey, you know, change the game, the way the game's designed because I said so. Because the thing about giving that kind of feedback is they know the beginning from the end, so they know stuff that we don't know about the lore, about the world, about other things that are going to be unlocked later on. So it's like you kind of have to be like, okay, I need to understand the bigger picture to see why they might be going this route. Or it could have been like an oversight, like they just didn't realize, yeah, that's something we should have done, duh. But yeah, just try to always look at the bigger picture before you tell a dev how to design their game, you know. Classic EverQuest said, also, currently something like 7 of 16 classes wear leather. 7 of 16 classes. You know, I was thinking about that earlier, like, since you mentioned it, we got a necklace. Where is it? Because this doesn't give you any, yeah, we're going to take this off. Tattered cloth gorget. Does anybody know where to turn a Shiro Scout necklaces in? Like, isn't that a quest somewhere? Yeah, 7 classes. I mean, so that's like Druid, Rogue, Ranger. That's 3 right there. Wizards, Enchanters, those are cloth only. They can't wear leather. Alright, we're making progress. Let me see. Can I just auto attack and throw? No, I have to use the throw feature. I'm gonna pop in my second wind. I'm gonna be up all night, boys. I'm gonna go to work at 6 in the morning. Let's go. Yeah, I actually, before I even logged on, I'm like, holy crap, it's a Wednesday. It's not Friday. It's not Saturday. I gotta go to work tomorrow. I gotta wake the kids up tomorrow. I got responsibilities. Crap. I'm doing it anyways. Oh, and by the way, you remember those days when you used to like do this and then you'd get like 3 hours of sleep and you'd wake up and you'd go to school, but you wouldn't be tired because while you're in school you're just imagining what next quest you're gonna go on or what your next goal is. Like, I can't wait when I get home because I want to get my mining skill up, then I want to smelt that ore, then I want to go ahead and make that sword, and then after I get that sword I'm gonna go to this place because I heard there's a mob that drops this, and then yeah, and that's like your adventure for the night, and you're just thinking about it at school. And then 3 in the morning comes, you complete everything you set out to do plus some, go to sleep for 3 hours, go to school, and then you're like, all right, now I want to go. I have the person I grouped with last night, they told me about this this camp, and they said they would group with me, so yeah, I'm gonna meet them up. And it's just gonna be me and him, a duo. Then you get off school and meet up with them. You start with a duo, turns into 5 people. Then you're like, hey, you know, we got 5 people. We might as well go all the way to the top of the keep. Next thing you know, you're taking out Crushbone, you know what I mean, or one of those people. You come back with some new armor, and it's just like the adventure expands more and more and more. And it's like you're doing this over the course of several days, and then you look back and you're like, crap, I've only slept 9 hours in the past 3 days. Oh, to be a kid again. Just as cute as that sounds, it doesn't work that way when you get older. It's like, yeah, your body, as much as you mentally want to do it, you're like, the next day you feel rotten. You're like, yo, I can barely stand. I mean, my cat, you know, speaking of people that stay out all night, my cat, before I started this, asked to go outside, and now he's out there somewhere doing whatever cats do at 1:30 in the morning. And he's just gonna show up on my front door at 5 in the morning and then sleep all day. Probably murdering birds. Eric, that was the craziest thing he's ever done. You know, like I started using the YouTube posts more. You know how like you post on YouTube, and that stream, I should have been like, here you go, for everyone that was like watching along as all that unfolded. Here's the picture of the bird that he killed. Because it's one thing for me to tell you guys a story, but I mean, I take pictures of crazy stuff like that. I mean, he was proud of himself. He was like, look at what I did, Dad. Aren't you proud of me? Like, I'm proud of you, dude. But my entire patio, like the lanai, it was covered with feathers. It was everywhere, dude. Oh, speaking of dude, so you guys know how YouTube has Gemini built in? So I was listening to an interview between Secrets and Drama Quest, because I remember Secrets said something about like Daybreak, and I'm like, did Daybreak say she wanted to work for Daybreak, or what was it? I remembered it, and I was like, it's a 2-hour interview. I'm not going to rewatch the whole thing. I've already watched it before. So I searched Gemini. I was like, Gemini, tell me where Secrets talked about Daybreak, and it like gave a breakdown, timestamps of everywhere they did that. I was like, this is crazy. This is crazy. I'm like, you can pull stuff on anyone now. It doesn't matter if it's an 8-hour stream. It's like, oh, no one's going to watch an 8-hour stream to find out when I said that one thing. Nope. You just type it in Gemini. It's like, when did... so I'll use myself as an example. I went to one of my past streams, and I was like, timestamp every single time I said dude. And I just saw like a wave of spam come down from Gemini. I was like, all these timestamps of me saying dude. And I just started clicking through each one. I was like, dude. It was hilarious. So if you ever like to like edit videos or make videos where, you know, where they take like a person's face and then they make a song out of them saying like one word, and it's like dude, you can do that now on YouTube. Just use Gemini, type in whatever you want to catch them saying, clip it, put it on a beat. Oh man, if you don't do it, I will. I think it's hilarious. Oh gosh, yeah, Classic EverQuest, that's hilarious. I'm gonna check that out. Yeah, like if there's something like, you know, that you say a lot, Classic EverQuest on your streams, just try it out. Pull up one of your videos, type in Gemini, like show me each time I say this, or say timestamp. Doesn't matter what you say. Like AI is getting smarter by the day, and it will spit out every single timestamp. It's also useful, right? Because, you know, you and I heard you in your recent video, Classic EverQuest, you were talking about how, you know, they have over 900 Twitch streams, right? And they upload Monsters of Memory, Sean, a Loving Robot. They upload their VODs on YouTube, right? So sometimes it's hard to find like what it is they talked about. And that's why you made that one video, Classic EverQuest, about expeditions. Great video, by the way. If you guys don't know who Classic EverQuest is, he's a content creator for the same stuff we're doing here. And he dropped a really good video about Monsters and Memories. And it's talking about expeditions go check out the video. It's a good one. That's a classic EverQuest. If you search for that on YouTube, you'll find his channel. And one thing you mentioned in that video is that, like, you know, it's hard to find those moments of, like, I know Sean talked about this on one of his streams, but there's like 900 streams. How are you going to find exactly which one it is? Well, there you go. Now, every time they upload their VODs on YouTube, let's say you're making a future video, Classic EverQuest, you can use Gemini to research that video and give me every timestamp that Sean brought up this topic. So let's say you're creating another video about expeditions or about some kind of feature they want to put in the game, and you know it came from this stream. Type in Gemini this topic, it will spit it all out, and it will just help you save time while creating your video, because you'll be able to pull all the clip notes so that if you're talking about what Sean said, you can keep it all in actual context of what he actually said. So, you know, one of the things I was always bad at is like script writing. Like, I want to make, besides like these streams, I've always made music and I've always liked cinematography and videos, but one thing I was terrible at is script writing. And even recording videos on my own, I don't talk the same way I talk when I'm live on stream. Like, I'm just hanging out with you guys. But when I record it, my voice sounds different. It doesn't, the delivery's off. Like, I'm not good at that. I'm trying to get better. And one thing AI has helped is help me take this idea and put it into a script that makes sense for this kind of format or for this kind of topic. And it makes it so much easier, because then even if I don't do that in each one, I can use it to practice, so that then when I have enough practice, I can actually make like standalone videos and have something to go off of, you know, because it's not like I have an unlimited amount of time like when I was younger, where I can just sit here and like make YouTube videos all day. Like, it's super time consuming, like, to do the editing, to do the effects, to do the music, to write your script, to deliver it, to chop it, to master it. It's a lot of work. Anyways, Classic EverQuest said, it's funny because for the first time ever I used Gemini for the thumbnails for that video, because I was like, I need a thumbnail for something that doesn't exist yet. Now I am sure going to. Yeah, it's a smart thing to do, you know, because it's still technically your creativity. Not everybody can sit there and do thumbnails. Like, I'm pretty good with Photoshop. I've been doing it since I was a kid. I took some college courses for it too. Like, I worked for a sign business for 10 years. So I always had to use vector files, you know, Adobe Illustrator, Adobe Photoshop. So I did a lot of that. I've also, like, ever since I was a kid, I've been an illustrator. So I would draw stuff. So, like, I got a natural, like, feel for it. Like, I'm not good or anything like that. Like, I'm not Zukin. But I'm dangerous enough that if I know what I'm doing, that I can pretty much figure out where I'm trying to go with my project. Not everybody can do that, and what AI does is it gives you, hey, I need you to make a thumbnail that's X, Y, and Z, but it's still your idea. You're telling it what to draw. It's just like if you were to hire a professional artist, you're giving him the idea. Even if it's a stick figure sketch, it's your idea, and the artist is drawing it for you. You know, like, obviously we understand the things about AI is bad, is that a lot of people are going to lose their job. But just because that's a fact doesn't mean that it's going to stop existing. Like, AI is not going anywhere. It's going to get crazier, more powerful, scarier. There's no avoiding it. There's not going to be regulations because we're competing with China and other countries. So if you think they're going to just regulate it, they're not. So the best way to do it is just to accept reality and use it as a tool to augment your existing abilities. You know, no matter how much AI you give a person, if you don't have a creative mind, then you're not going to be able to use it as effectively as somebody that does have a creative mind in that field. You know, a lot of kids use AI the wrong way. You know, instead of helping them think, they let AI think for them, and there's a huge difference between the two things. I just went off a tangent, sorry. Classic Epic said for sure use it to find that. Thank you. Oh, skeleton with some armor. We're about to get a helmet. Crap. Why am I not targeting? Sorry, I'm like triple tasking. Forget multitasking. Alright, so Classic Evergo says, sorry, it only let me use so many characters. I mean, I'm going to for sure use it to help me with those videos. Yeah, for sure. I see what you did there. You were retyping the first thing you said. Alright, we gotta sell. And I don't think anyone answered my question. Okay. So, the Ashira Scout necklaces. Let me check here. I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna check the wiki. Ashira Scout neck. I just want to see if it's part of a quest. It probably is, but the wiki's not telling me. Or if I remember correctly, maybe it's not part of a quest and I'm just tripping. Sorry, I think it's for archers. Oh, you mean like actual archer quest. Okay, yeah, I'm not even gonna waste my time. I'm just gonna delete it. That's one thing we don't need to worry about this early on. Warrior quest. Motive said warrior quest, I believe. Okay, well, either or won't affect me, so I appreciate it, guys. But we're doing good. We're almost at 2 silver now. We're almost at level 3. This is good progress. By the time we make it to level 3, it's going to start ramping up really quick because we're going to go after the crocodiles. And I have a little secret because everybody is at the crocodiles right now and they're probably grouping or there's not enough crocodiles to go around. I've done enough exploring that I have a secret place where I can go where no one will find me. If I use shift click, will it sell it all? Okay. Hey, just for future reference, when you have multiple, see how this gives you this pop-up? Instead of hitting confirm, you can just hold down shift, hit sell, and it sells everything automatically. Saves you some time there. Is that everything? Oh, I still have the spider silk. Spider silk, I think the cloth merchant buys that. Let me see here. Bags and packs. Snake skin. Let's see. See, this is what I'm talking about. All of that stuff I just got with those 3 bags filled of stuff added up to 1.5 silver. And I didn't even need to try. You know? So for new players, you know, if you don't know, if you like how you want to start off or you don't know, get survivalist because it starts you off with a bag. Go to the shifty gnome because it gets you a bag. And a lot of the beginner quests that you do, like for the druid quest, they start you off with a bag. So sometimes I'll delay completing. That's why I was excited to play the druid because that was going to be my strategy. I was going to start the druid quest, but then I wasn't going to actually complete it because it gives you like a 6-slot medium bag, which is pretty gnarly early on. I really want to upgrade this sword though. Bard epic, extremely rare. Hold on to them forever. I see what you did there. Yeah, it's for my Bard epic. You know, I used to do that with my EverQuest druid because when you forage, you get this kind of item. I forgot what it's called, but basically it's for the druid epic. And I would hold on to it throughout the whole game. I'm like, dude, I could just find this later. Hold on. What the heck, dude? Okay, here we go. So I want to get a corroded, but it's 5 silver. 1450. This is what I want. 628. Let me see if they have a sword. Seam Ripper, 1 damage. What the heck? Sturdy Battle Axe. 35 silver. Crazy. I can't use that. Tarnished. Okay. Yeah, I know what I want, but I need more. I need a little bit more silver, and then I'm gonna be able to get it. Yeah, once I upgrade that, that's gonna put me way ahead, and I'm gonna level up soon. Seam Ripper is sorry, let me back up a little bit. Eric Jones said my druid is 7, and I'm still using that bag. Yeah, that bag is sweet. I mean, 6 slots, and it's medium. Or no, it's 8 slots, I think. Eric said Seam Ripper in a tailoring bag or leatherworking bag can be combined with rawhide or cloth to make scraps. Oh. Yeah, so we're at 383, folks. Crap. Crap. I'll be right back. Quick bio. Just 1 more minute, and I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Sorry. Sorry about that. Hey, look at us, man. I just realized we're starting to look like something. look pretty dope. Alright, so back to the mission. Alright, so we got all this. You know what? Let me see how much they sell candles for, because this candle's almost dead. Survival, since we're here. Torch, 75. Crude torch, 25 copper. Whatever. Gonna use the rest of this, and then we're gonna swap it out. I just don't feel like getting a like lumberjack thing right now. I just want to level up really quick, and then we can focus on cool, jolly stuff like that. I'm just gonna start like mowing down every single thing I see. Oh crap. Oh, never mind. They're fine. This is probably a bad idea. Oh, I forgot to throw daggers. You must face your... What? Oh, okay, I see what I need to do. No, there's a guard right there. Oh, no. Well, there's a guard that's glitched in the wall, and I ran. Oh my gosh, that was so dumb, dude. I'm gonna take it out on this skeleton. Alright, so just remember that, folks. If you do the play test, there's sneaky guards hanging out. I'd like it if I had like an AoE right about now. Oh, look at that moon. That's actually why it's darker than usual. It's because it's not a full moon. I noticed that whenever we have a full moon, it's like a lot brighter outside. Alright, so large rat. Dude, I'm so glad I went with the dagger throwing. I normally... Oh, wait. Hold on. I know I shouldn't do this, but technically can't I... Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Even if I could, that's kind of dumb. One thing I like about the Bard already that I haven't mentioned yet is the fact that I'm not having to have any mana. that I can just keep going and going. That feels really cool. So those scarabs, their run speed is slow enough that you can pretty much kite them. Notice how the spiderling what? Dude, there's guards everywhere. Oh, you can have them. Look at, that's like the second time that's happened to me. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. There's no way I'm dying from a rat. I was about to say. Alright, I hate to do it, but I'm gonna have to sit down. I'm just gonna go for it. Oh, this whole time I'm not even buffed up, dude. I gotta remind myself to keep my buffs up. What's attacking me? It's just the rat, right? Alright. Nice, dude. Look at this, man. That thing is toast. Alright, we're not gonna do that again, though. That's a big waste of time, though. Maybe if it was like a yellow, but it's not worth it for an even con. Now that we got a little bit of armor, we're not taking it. We're taking a little bit less damage. Makes it go a little bit faster. And level 3 is my last spell, so it's not, the healing is not gonna be there yet, but alright, we're almost at level 3. Just a few more of these to go. And what I'm really hoping for is I really want that additional silver. Oh, we gotta go buy our spell. I almost forgot. Darn it. It's all good. Oops, wrong song. You know what I'm gonna do? Just so I stop opening that window up. They added a feature where you can see your character sheet. I'll show you guys in a minute. Most of you already know this, but a lot of the stuff I talk about is like for people that haven't seen it yet. So you go to options, you go to interface, you scroll down to the bottom, always show pop-up stats. That's you can do mini stats like this, or you can do normal stats where you can actually see your entire where you can see your entire oh my gosh, seriously, dude. I don't know why this thing won't move. Did I lock it? Then maybe it's glitched. No, there it is. So you can have something like this going on. But I don't really want something that big. Let's do options. Let's do mini stats. I mean, I like a pretty clean UI, so I really don't need all this stuff here. We'll keep it up there for a little bit. Classic EverQuest said, I didn't know about that. That's cool. Even to just show the XP bar. Yeah, exactly. I'd like it if they gave us an option of just the XP bar, because then I would put it right here in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Space Chimp said ditto. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, so if they make it, so you guys, what do you guys think about that? If they take this idea and give a third option where it's just the XP bar, something that we can like pop down here, or maybe put it under our nameplate. You guys think that would be a cool idea? I prefer sleek AI. Yeah, exactly. The less though, the better. This thing, as nice as it is to have, it's just too clunky for me, personally. Okay, hear that, Zukin and Nick. You guys don't mind just giving us one more option from the drop down where it's just the XP bar, so we can just keep a minimalist UI. That would be awesome. But great idea. Thank you guys for adding this in. We love little stuff like that. Scruffy Bard said, I agree. Space Chimp said, I prefer sleek UI. Scruffy Bard said, totally agree. Classic EverQuest said, yeah, for sure. I can press I to see my stats, but would like the XP bar that I can check after each mob kill. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, sometimes you don't want to see it and you don't want to stare at it, but like, you know, we're adults. We can just not look down at the bottom of our screen, you know? But you're right, like, especially when you get close to leveling, you start getting excited and you hit high after every single kill. It's like, all right, we're almost there. I want to see the numbers go up. Space Chimp said, as a former endgame WoW player, the less clutter the better. Just the facts, man. Yep, just the facts. Yeah, I mean, especially for like my playstyle, because, you know, I spend a lot of time with the UI off completely, just because I want to see. Like when I really get into it, I don't want anything to pull me out of the fact that I'm an adventurer. Like, I don't need a reminder that I'm playing a game. You know, that's another reason why I don't like to play like this. Like, I see a lot of streamers, they play like this. And this is basically what you watch for like 4 hours straight. The reason I'm always at angles like this is because I like to see the clouds. I like to see the surroundings. I like to see all that corny stuff. Because it just, you experience the, it just lets you experience the game in a different way. You're awesome. I love it when random strangers buff me. Scruffy Bard said, I'm not gonna read what he's saying, because it's gonna make me blush. Whatever he's saying right now is all lies. Don't believe anything Scruffy says. It's like, Scruffy Bard said, I love watching your channel, brother. Hopefully you're having a blessed week. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. One thing I've realized as I've gotten older is I'm as blessed as I say I am. So I try to wake up every morning reminding myself that I'm blessed. Space Chimp said, kind of random, but if you know, you know. Hold on, sorry, let me, kind of random, but if you know, you know, Ranger mode from Metro 2033. Make it feel like a character sheet and more, make it feel less like a character sheet and more like a character. Metro 2033. Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've never played Metro 2033 though. So I'm probably missing the point, but it ties into what we've been talking about keeping you in the character. Dude, what are you doing? Attack. Attack! 3 silver, 62 copper. Alright. This is it, boys. It's about to get loud. Alright, we made it to level 3. Ding. I used to have a sound effect for that. That's way too loud, and that's not what I was looking for, so I apologize for that. But I used to have the classic EverQuest ding noise, and I had it linked to my my Rodecaster. So every time I would level up, I would hit the ding. I would be like, ding! Yes! Get hype! Getting hype.
Which one is this? Oh, there you go. Hello, everybody.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. Oh, yeah. I don't have it. I got to reformat it because I reset this whole thing, so... I remember now. My thing stopped working, and I had like these custom sound effects pre-programmed in, and then, yeah, it just died. Alright, let's go ahead and sell. Oh gosh. Scruffy Bard, I do think that Eminem should borrow the compass that Evercraft... No, I don't agree. No, I'm just kidding, Scruffy Bard, I'll read it. I do think that Eminem should borrow the compass that Evercraft has for the group window. Oh, yeah. That's a cool feature. That and the crafting window, so we don't have to equip crafting tools each time. I don't know, what do you think? I don't have a problem with the compass to find your friends. I think it doesn't break immersion necessarily. I think there could be a way of explaining it, like when you're grouped up, you get some kind of kindred vibe amongst each other, so it's you get a natural sense heading, and that's reflected in the game through that little compass that pops up like in Adralan, where you can see the little arrow. If your friend is over here, then the arrow points that way. I thought at first you were talking about the actual compass. I don't really want a compass. I think it's fine the way it is. But that compass, that arrow that tells you where your group members are, I think that's a nice touch. I wouldn't mind that. As far as the crafting window, I mean, I've done crafting. I can't say I've done as much crafting as other people, so I don't know the pain. But I have noticed there's certain stuff that I've experienced, which normally I'd be like, just keep it like the way it is. And then after using it for a while, I've been like, you know what, maybe this little thing would be better to add the extra quality of life. Like, for example, somebody suggested, and I don't necessarily agree with this, they said on the quests, they want you, they were like, just do it the way Adralan does it, where they highlight it in blue and then you can click the blue button and it gives you another pop-up. I don't think that fits for what they're doing here. What would be okay is if they at least italicized the keyword. Just like, you don't have to change the color, you don't have to underline it, just italicize and make it so that there's like several keywords, and then that way I can either ask for more context or I can ask for the actual quest when you're doing the mud actions, just to give like some kind of hint, but I don't think it needs to be like exactly like Adralan, because they did gamify it. Like, it's still the same thing, but it's a little bit more gamified and user-friendly, because you just click on the word, it pops up, and then in theory, you could literally just do that for every quest, right? Think about it. Once you start getting into the min-max mindset of, I just want to breeze through these things, you know that all you have to do is go to the NPC, click the little thing that's blue, it gives you a pop-up, and that's what you do, right? When you italicize a word subtly, it still keeps you in the conversation, like you're actually reading through it, and you'll naturally kind of absorb. Even if you don't read ever, you skim it, you're looking for those italics, so you're still going to read through it to some degree. Anyways, there's a lot of ways you can, it goes back to what I said earlier in the stream about like when you consider these things, you have to look at the bigger picture. You got to think into the future and into the past and see how the puzzle pieces all come together. Because changing one thing just because it's convenient for you now might take away a core piece of immersion that you would have had later. Oh man, that torch one. I've wasted that money on that torch, man. I shouldn't have wasted my money on it. Stupid crude torch. Alright, 3. That's 5 silver, 72. Dude, we're so close. We're so darn close. I'm really trying to get that upgraded weapon. Space Chimp said that quote-unquote natural sense is what I was trying to say for my reference, just trying to make it feel like a real world you are in. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Alright, we're just gonna blast through some of these mobs real quick. Literally, I'm just gonna go ham. I'm not even going after XP right now, I'm just trying to get some more loot so I can buy my weapon and get on with it. Dude, this guy's hitting me for a lot of stuff. Come on, big money. Dude, come on. You're gonna regret that, Skelly. Scruffy Bard said totally. You're agreeing with Space Chimp. Scruffy Bard said AOA changed when XP loss begins to level 10 instead of 5. Also, you get some XP back when you re-loot your corpse. It seems you get the most XP back when you get revived. Not sure how I feel about it. I think it's perfect. For AOA, it's perfect. Here's the thing. I think that's one of the things that makes Monsters and Memories and AOA distinct and unique, is that they're both from the same genre, classically inspired MMORPGs, right? But they each have their little gimmicks that make them special. You know, Adrenaline Online is something you can like hop into. You can still experience the you know, classic interclass dependency social MMO with consequences, but do it in a little bit slightly more casual way. You know, and Monsters and Memories can offer you the same thing, only with a bit more focus and I don't even know the right word. Like, it's not alertness, it's not necessarily focus, it's just you kind of have to stay in the game. Like there's those moments where it gets like, oh, I can just like no brain through it, and the next second you know you're attacking something that's yellow and you're like, oh crap, and now I'm dead. But yeah, I mean, I feel like Monsters and Memories does really force you to stay here in the now. There's other stuff besides that, but I was just trying to bring a comparison that for Agilon Online, I think that's an okay thing. They do make it a little bit easier, a little bit more approachable. Monsters and Memories, it respects your time in the sense like, look, you're going to set out on an adventure, and when you finish that adventure, you're going to be happy and satisfied. But it doesn't care about your feelings. That's the difference. Like, Eminem doesn't care about your feelings. The world is the world. It's gonna kick your ass if you're not paying attention. If you don't like it, then sit down and start crying. And I kind of like that about it, you know? So it's like the game's not going to change for me. I have to change for the game. Which is the whole reason I'm playing, is because I'm level 1, I'm weak, I'm dumb, I don't know what I'm doing, I don't have any spells. That's the whole point of what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to work my way to... Hold on. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. Sorry, I was trying to save him, but it looks like he's a bard too. I have like 3 people on me right now because I'm talking to you guys. I don't even know if I'm going to survive this. I'm not even attacking him. Dude, I don't know if I'm going to survive this. I got this. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention, and look, before you know it, you got like 10 mobs on you. Oh gosh. Man, that's a lot of chat. You know, guys, let me ask your opinion on this. Like, we talked about the clutter on the screen and how it's nice to have a clean UI. And I was thinking, should I add the chat that we have going on this screen, so that on the VODs you know, you can see what you guys are saying, and I can see it when I rewatch these things, because I rewatch these things. I have a lot of fun doing that. My question is, would you prefer, you know, just keeping it the way it is with, you know, the game world and like what I'm seeing on my screen, or do you want me? Would you care seeing also chat? I just don't know how it would look. Like, I don't want to make it look clunky. Like, you notice how even like the border for this thing, it's got that aesthetic. The whole point is to kind of keep you, you know, in this world and not so much in that world. It's one of the reasons why I don't talk about personal problems on here, because I'm trying to keep you guys here, keep me here, and not out there. But my point is, do you think adding the chat to the stream so it's visible would take away from that, or do you think it would be cool and actually just make it a better experience? I'm going to come back and read the chat in a minute, but I need to grab my drink. So think about that while I'm gone, and then I'm going to read the chat that you guys sent. Hey, I got something for you guys. Wait 1 minute, I'm bringing it over. Look who decided to come home. Say something. You want to say hello? You want to say meow or something? Say hello, and then I'll let you go. Where were you? Blackie, you're not made for the streets. Why are you always outside? Huh? Here. Oh, wait, let me scratch you. There you go. That's Tempo, that's my bard. I just made him sitting by the campfire. Do you like him? Where you been, homie? Where you been? Been catching birds? Down with the birds? Ooh, okay. Alright, go. It's always nice when he comes home. Not at like 6 in the morning. Yeah, I decided to leave like the whole screen up just because like, look at all these people just like chilling and doing their thing. Let me buff myself up. Oh, you can sing while you're sitting, dude. Dude, I'm loving this bard. All right, let me catch up with this. So what do we got? Say, oof, no, all right. Oh my gosh, I'm looking forward to both games. Scruffy Bard said, AOA changed when, okay. Scruffy Bard said, I'm looking forward to both games. I'm done writing novels in chat. LOL. Space Chimp said, LOL, I feel guilty writing my novels, but it is also what I love about M&M reading. I loved Morrowind as a kid. Yeah, I loved it too. And only heard tales of EQ from a few friends a few years later. Sorry if I killed you. No, you didn't kill me. Space Chimp, oof. Scruffy Bard, no, I mean, I'm done writing Class&Cool long questions in this chat. No, you don't need to stop doing that. That's what makes this fun for me. It's like having you guys here and being a part of it. Space Chimp said, and by the way, these are the things that I talk to myself about. Like, if I'm not talking to you guys about it, you know, I'm thinking about these things either to myself or out loud when I'm at work. I'm like, line is this and that. I've come to the conclusion, and many people have, that they are parallel. They're both very unique and special. It's basically a dream come true. We wanted like an EverQuest since EverQuest got released, and then Pantheon was supposed to be that, you know, when Brad was around, and you know, he went through hell and back trying to bring Pantheon to life, and then for a while we didn't have anything else. You know, Ashes of Creation, etc., and then boom, out of nowhere, Eminem and Agilon Online, and now, and in this case, the hype, or sorry, the quality came before the hype. I saw somebody say in chat, they're like, for once, quality came before the hype. Neither one of these projects were hyped up. They just arrived. They said, come and play the game. We played it. We love it, and it's only getting better and better. So. No, I mean, I'm done writing Class&Cool long messages. Space Chimp said, tis what I meant. Tis what I meant as well. Classic EverQuest said, I added to my, so, okay, now you're answering my question about the chat. Classic EverQuest said, I added to mine. I like it. I just cover up the in-game text box. Not sure how others feel about that, but the in-game chat box is just kind of spammy anyways. That's a nice way of doing it, and because that way you can keep the aesthetic. I was thinking about doing something similar to that. I was going to make a custom border, like kind of like you have a custom border here, but I was going to make a custom border that matches the existing Monsters and Memories UI, turn that into the YouTube chat box, and then put it somewhere. Not necessarily where you said, like in the chat, but that's actually a great idea. I might just do that. But the key is to make the chat match the rest of the in-game UI. That way it looks like it's a part of it. That's brilliant. The combination of the two things that you said and I said is going to be what I do. That's a great idea. Thank you, Classic EverQuest. Space Chimp said, that is your call. that is your call largely, but I feel like chat stream takes away from the experience personally. Even though I love engaging with streamers, you're right about that too. Because if you, especially on YouTube, if you want to read the chat, you can just open up the chat, you know. And besides, that's why I read all the messages, so that if you're listening to this with headphones while you're at work, you don't have to look at the screen. Everything that's happening on the screen is being narrated and explained. That's why I talk so much. Space Chimp, maybe that is hypocrisy. Oh, okay, now this is when the cat comes in. Sorry, I'm so behind on chat. Oh, cute. Space Chimp said, look at him, no pressure to perform. Key. Oh, mine just went out. Classic EverQuest said, Scruffy Bard. LOL, I thought Classic EverQuest was Draco's. Who are you, mystery person? Oh, that's just me glazing myself. So I'm actually on another laptop, and my name is Classic EverQuest, and I come into my own chat to glaze myself. No, I'm just kidding. So Classic EverQuest is somebody that's been around way before I have. But the way I found out about him is because he has the same exact logo as me. So the logo for me is the classic. If you remember playing EverQuest back in 1999, when you installed the game, you got an executable on your desktop, and that was the original logo that you had on your desktop. I've always loved it, and so I have another, I'm not going to say the other YouTube because I use it so I can post whatever I want on the internet and nobody knows that it's me actually saying it, so they can't judge me. But I used to always use that logo. When I created this channel, Class&Cool, I was going to create a custom logo, but I'm like, I kind of just want to keep the old EverQuest logo because that is kind of like my identity on here. Like it's not the modern EQ logo. It's not like this or that. It's specifically the classic EverQuest executable desktop icon that speaks volumes about what I am and what I do. And I see that crack staff. Is that a crack staff? No, but that guy's getting it. So yeah, it's it's a vibe. So when I saw Classic EverQuest and his YouTube channel, I was like, this dude knows the deal. He's like, this guy's awesome. So I clicked on his channel and then I started watching his videos, and I'm like, yeah, I like what this guy talks about. I like the way he plays and everything. So no, it's definitely not me. Classic EverQuest has a great YouTube channel. He's got over like 2.6 thousand subs. So there's other people that are smart too that realize quality when they see it. Really solid quality. Eric Jones says, I'm working literally as we speak, so I appreciate you saying it out loud. Yeah. And keep in mind, guys, you know, like, as much as I appreciate that it's helping, I'm also doing it for myself. And it goes back to why I made this channel in the first place. I've said this before, but screenshots say 1,000 words. And we all know how we used to have screenshots of all of our like past EQ experiences. Crap. And I'm gonna die by this dude. I don't think I'm gonna survive this. I'm just gonna keep running. I was trying to get another heal out of it, but so I've said this before, but childhood screenshots of playing P99 or EverQuest, you look at those screenshots and you remember the people, you remember the moment and the memories. It's like the video starts playing in your head. Well, one thing I always said is I wish there was a way I could have recorded all these memories back then. And so I'm like, you know what? How about I do this? Instead of recording it and just keeping it on a hard drive, why don't I use YouTube as my personal storage, like cloud storage, free cloud storage? That's what it is, right? All these videos are being uploaded to YouTube. So I said, all I need to do is get 50 subs, because in YouTube, the rules are after 50 subs, you can go live. Because I really didn't want to do Twitch. Like, I just didn't want Twitch. Because I didn't want to have a Twitch channel. I didn't want to be a streamer. I didn't want a following. I just wanted a way to store my videos in the cloud so I can go back and rewatch them anytime. So when I make those memories, when I meet these people 10 years, 15 years from now, I can go back to when it all started. So I started playing EverQuest Quorum and all this stuff. And I wanted to do that for a while. And then, you know, Monsters and Memories. So I was like, man, especially with something like Monsters and Memories. And that's actually how I came up with the name of Class&Cool. So you think about stuff like Monsters and Memories. Well, what do I love about Monsters and Memories? It's a classical MMORPG. It's class and cool. Classical. And that's how the channel was born. So it was born from the combination of EverQuest, Monsters and Memories, and me documenting all the adventures I go on. The fact that people started watching is what's the way you say it? Unforced. It's not unforced error. It's an amazing thing I didn't expect to happen. That's why I was like blown away when recently we hit 500. Because that's a lot of people for me. You know, for when you're not looking for clout, when you're not looking for subs, and you actually get 500 people, have you seen what a room filled with 500 people looks like? That's a lot of people. You know, I look at every single person as like an individual. So it blows my mind. It's like, hey, these guys, I guess they're coming on the ride with me. So I said all that to say, in response to what you said, I appreciate you speaking out all this out loud, like narrating what I'm doing, the conversations, reading the comments, because a lot of the times when I'm re-watching these videos, I'm like half asleep. I'm just laying there. I'm listening to what's going on. And whenever I'm not sick of hearing my own voice, I'm having a really great time just listening, not necessarily watching. And then when something interesting starts happening on screen, then I'll like pull up my phone and look and be like, oh shoot, that was funny. You know? So, yeah, a lot of this I do it for myself, and then turned out other people decided to join me for this ride. So it's even that much better. All right, let's sell. So just as a recap, I'm trying to get enough silver, and I think we made it. I think we got enough now, but I'm trying to get enough silver so I can buy the thing. The heck? Yeah, classic EverQuest responding to Scruffy Bard. At Scruffy Bard, just another classic MMO lover. Exactly. We are both on the same page. We are just classic MMO lovers, and that's why I love his channel, and it's so enjoyable to watch, and you guys are gonna enjoy it too. Let me just sell this stuff here. All right, now let's go see if we have enough money. I think we did it. I think we made it. Oh, hold on. Let me see if this guy bought. Okay, no. Okay, so we're about to blow all of our cash. All right, so I want Oh, wait a minute. 734? Hold on. Timeout. So Bard can use that, but that's not what I wanted. 733. That's nice. This is the one I want. 628. No, yeah, this is better because of the attack speed and 7. Compare that to this. This is 627. Wait, hold on. Timeout. 627 versus 628. Oh, that's a no-brainer. 628. 627. 734. 627. 627. Oh, okay. So I guess the question is, do I want the bronze scythe because it looks... Do I want the corroded bronze sword because it looks cool? Or do I want the corroded bronze scythe? Oh, I can't use the scythe. Beast, Druid, future person. FTR, I'm just gonna say future. Ink, okay. I don't see Bard, so I have to pay a tax basically to get the bronze short sword to get 627. Yeah, I think that's best in slot for me right now. I'm so glad I didn't buy this by default. Thank you. Scruffy Bard said careful, Bard can't use. And it's funny because it's cheaper. It's 3 silver and the sword is 5 silver. So really it's really boils down to looks. No, this is 628. No, we don't want that. Okay. This shouldn't take this long. I don't know why I'm doing this. I'm just gonna buy the sword. But we did it. We set out on our mission and we got it. Let's check out our sword. Hold on. Ah, the sun's moving. Alright, hurry before the sun disappears. Ready? Boom, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Let's go. And we're balling. I wish I could dual wield though. Alright, so we're going to destroy that. We have 1 silver 83, so we actually didn't need all that money. So now we're going to go buy our next song. I also got to give you some of the goods right now. I'm going to turn myself off for... Alright, I'm back. It's always nice to have a little bit of B-roll, right? Never know when it might come in handy. Hey, I'm really happy that we got this name though. Tempo. Fits the bard nicely, I think. And that's the name of the game with these classic MMORPGs. There's like a rhythm and a tempo to it. It's, yeah, we're not on a quest loop where we're going from one quest to another quest to another quest. We're creating our own quests and our own adventures and our own goals. And I think to some degree that's sometimes even more, I wouldn't say, I'd say, yeah, maybe dopamine inducing, because when you have quests and then you're doing your second playthrough, those quests don't necessarily give you the same type of dopamine hit once you complete the quest a second time. And I guess one can argue the same thing for when you do a second playthrough. It's like if you use the exact same strategies, but if you use alts and you do different type of activities and you create your own adventure, then you can technically argue that it's like a fresh dopamine hit every single time, if we even want to use the term dopamine, you know what I mean? It's basically just exciting to create your own goals and then accomplish them and be like, I only had 2 hours after work, but the game respects my time enough. Because you know how people always talk about like a game not respecting your time, and it's like, I'm a grown man, I don't have time to play a game where I have to do all this stuff. Well, it's like, actually, Monsters and Memories does respect your time, because it's basically saying, look, you only have an hour you can play. Go and create that quest. What did you want to do? You wanted to mine? You want to get your mining skill up? Go and do that. Spend an hour doing that, and then when you have 3 hours for a session, then you can go group. Then you can do all that other stuff. So the people that argue and say, oh, I hate these group-based games because I can't solo and yada, yada, yada. It's like, you can solo. You don't have to fight. There's other things, and that's what I like about Sean and Nick and the rest of the team, is that they're putting enough in here where you don't just have to be in a dungeon fighting all the time, you know? Anyways, so what level are we? We made it to level 3. Enthrall your target with serenade, incapacitating them for... Okay, so this is our... this is the mez. So if we were to get in a group, we'd be very useful. And then level 4 is healing. So we got a level 4 ready to go. And then level 5 is our speed buff, so we're almost there. We're probably not gonna do to level 5 today. That'll be a tomorrow mission. But we're getting close. Actually, 100% can guarantee we're not gonna do level 5 today. That wasn't actually part of the plan. Excuse me. All right, let's reorganize this a bit. All right, so this is Mez. So technically we're gonna put this here, and then healing him, we're gonna leave it in here, but we're not gonna obviously do anything with it. So I'm gonna put that there. Space Chimp said that is a perfect way to describe it. It's about risk reward. What amount of time do you want to risk, and if so, what is the reward? I love that. Yeah, that's exactly it. I like the way you said it even more. You took that long monologue I said and just condensed it into a common sense statement. I appreciate that. I have these long-winded ways of explaining it. That's typically how I speak in real life. It frustrates the hell out of my wife, because like she's like very social, so like she can easily just explain something like that in like 3 words, and people will be like, oh yeah, that's brilliant. And me, I'm like, yeah, let me tell you about this book I just wrote in my head. Ready, set, go. So dumb. Yep. No problemo. Drunk brain does drunk things. Yep, you're right about that. We're 3 hours and 25 minutes into this adventure. Sheesh. Alright, so speaking of accomplishments or whatever, quests, I'm gonna start to narrow it down to the last few things. I'm gonna set myself up for tomorrow. Tomorrow we're definitely gonna make it to level 4 and most likely level 5. So we're gonna make a huge jump tomorrow, because we're gonna get the group heal. We're gonna get the speed buff, which I'm so excited about the speed buff, because that's just traveling is gonna be so much more exciting tomorrow once we hit level 5. Just running around faster, it's just great. So here's what I'm gonna do. I have a plan, and we're gonna go to the place where we're gonna accomplish that plan, and then I'm gonna call it from there. So first things first is what level are these crocs? Okay, bingo. All right. So I'm gonna go to the place where I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do this tomorrow, but I'm gonna go there now and then I'm gonna log off. I might stick around for another like 30 minutes and just like kill a couple of them. We'll see how I feel. You know, I shouldn't even say that. Who knows? I might get a third wind right now and just keep going, but I don't want to make this too long. Some dude left a comment the other day. He's like, I finally made it through your entire 5-hour stream. And he was like, it was great, thank you. But I was like, you listened to the whole darn thing? That's insane. But I find myself doing the same thing, like especially when I'm mowing the grass and doing other things. Those short 20-minute videos, like they don't do the trick. I like to turn on, that's why I listen to like Sean, a loving robot on Twitch, because that's like a guaranteed 3 hours of conversation and content that I can mow the grass, I can, you know, clean up the house, do whatever else I need to do, and just be immersed in that conversation for the next 3 hours. And it's a lot more convenient than sitting there having to jump from video to video, you know, or from podcast to podcast, you know, whatever you're into. Art of War, that's a nice guild name. I mean, I'm still feeling it. I'm not saying it's time to go. I can keep going. I'm even more excited now that I got my spells. I do want to get some more money and I have a plan for that. I want to get some rattlesnakes. But really, what I'm going to do is I want to focus on crocs. But you notice how the place we just went to, there's so many people there. Let me see how many people are in the zone. So there's still 254 people in the zone as of right now. But what I like about what Nick and Sean and the rest of the team are doing, and first, and you know, I can't list every single dev. There's so many great people working on this, and sometimes I feel bad like only mentioning a few because it's really the team effort. What I really love is that they're creating these massive cities and these massive zones, and within these massive cities and massive zones there's so much space for additional content. So where in Greater Fade Arc, right outside of Kelethon, there's a noob yard, and then there's like another noob yard, and that's pretty much it. And after that you kind of just have to wander through the forest. If you put 300 people in that zone, there's no way there will be enough NPCs for everyone to go around. But when you make a massive place like this, there's a north gate, there's a west gate, there's secret tunnels, there's like alleyways where you see snakes and rats within the city itself without even leaving the city. If you think outside the box and go against the grain, then you can find a camp even with 300 people in the zone, and I like that. I don't like splitting up the game into 15 servers. You know what I mean? I would prefer, because think about it, it's not going to be an issue. Once you have all the starter cities for all the races, we can all be on one server. We're still going to be split up. And I like the idea of going to a hub city like Night Harbor. The lore behind Night Harbor is they control the majority of the trade for the entire continent. That's like what Night Harbor is known for. It's huge. So Night Harbor should always be packed, period. You know, if you don't want it to be packed, if you don't want to be in a starting area where it's packed, then pick a race where your city is a little bit more chill, you know, or start in Night Harbor and then make your journey, your trek, your adventure to that different starter city. But even if you don't do that, what I like is that you can still find, like, look at all these mobs right here. Look at all the spiders. There's 4 spiders, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and all of them should be white. No, they're blue now. But you see what I mean? Space chimp. There's plenty of stuff to hunt is what I'm trying to say. What are these guys? Spellbinder guard. Uneasy with me. Well, as long as they don't attack me. What is this? Why are these guys here? Okay, I don't even want to find out right now. I'm busy. So remember how I told you all those crocs were over there? Look down here. I'm glad I'm showing you this 3 hours into the stream so nobody else knows about this, but yeah, there you go. Now we just go ham. See, like all those people were fighting over the mobs over there and we got this whole camp to ourselves. We'll see how I handle this first. How that new weapon makes a huge difference. I just gotta land my hits. Nah, this is great. Oops, oops, oops. Oh, there you go. Eric Jones. Oh, this is my secret spot for this level. But here's the thing. It's like secret, but there's more than just this spot. If I came back tomorrow and this was taken, I know of another spot. And then another spot. Because, you know, Sean and Nick, they're smart. This is exactly the way you're supposed to do it. And he said it on a stream before too. It's like, when you're doing expansions, you don't have to always come up with a new continent. You don't. You can add to the existing world, the existing zone. You can expand what's already there. I forgot the term. It's like girth or width. Instead of expanding horizontally, or instead of expanding vertically, you expand horizontally. There's this way of explaining it that's much better, but essentially, that's the name of the game. Okay, that's yellow. It's the only thing you gotta watch out for. Some of these are yellow. Give me 2 seconds. I'm not going anywhere. I just need to go off camera real quick. Grab some more coffee. Yeah, that healing spell would be really nice right about now. Whoa, what the heck? Did the world... Oh, I see what happened. Look guys, I'm floating in the middle of the universe. Hey, you know what? The XP is not that bad. Hold on, time out. Wait a minute. Oh, no, 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 no. That's yellow. Oh, I'm dead. I'm so dead. I don't think moving around is gonna help me. I'm just gonna do it anyways. It's gonna make me feel better. And I'm probably gonna make all you guys dizzy. This is me panicking. No way we survived that. Are you guys dizzy now? Sorry. Should have put a disclaimer saying you might get nauseous watching this stream. Alright. Oh, bingo, man. I didn't think I was gonna survive that. Space Chimp said the world can change horizontal. You don't need to destroy it. Just have things change like they do in real life. Maybe there are some bandits, pirates who landed on shore or whatever. Yeah, I agree with that. And it doesn't need to like replace, like for example, I don't want Crushbone to stop being a camp. Like there's certain things where you as a developer should feel it out. Like this is Crushbone. You might have an extra cave open up because the orcs dug out, and then you can sprinkle in some more stuff there. You can take another part of the north side of Kelethon and you can add some orc huts because the orcs expanded there, right? You don't need to destroy the world. You don't need to do like an apocalypse event and start over. You can add to, and I've always asked that question. It's like, why can't they just use common sense when they're developing these games? Why does it always have to be another continent? That's one of the things that killed once Planes of Power came out. The reason I couldn't play is just because Kelethon was empty. I was so excited to log in and to try the new expansion and everything, and I logged in and there were 0 people in the zone. And this was right around the time when Planes of Power just came out. It was the most depressing thing ever. You know? And the argument is like, well, we had to add the books because, you know, for new players, they don't want to just be stuck there. And, you know, I'm like, okay. And then they get mad. They're like, Planes of Power didn't kill EverQuest. I'm like, it's not that it killed it, it's that it created by the time Luclin was out and Planes of Power, it's like, yeah, you're right. The continent got bigger, the player count dropped. They needed to figure out a way for people to get to places so that friends can group up. So you're basically admitting defeat because you're saying, look, we had to do this because our world was dying, because people were leaving. So we needed to make it feel a little smaller by putting portals everywhere. Why not create, and that's where you come in with this thinking where instead of, hey, let's just make portals so that our big, huge ass world can feel a little bit more accessible, why don't you go back to the old places, add content to make people want to come back to your world and not just come for the expansion and then leave, you know? Like expansion after expansion after expansion, like, and I get it. That's how people used to make money before microtransactions. You know, you're not going to charge people for a patch, right? They want to charge people for an expansion, and that's, I think, what SOE used to do. They used to push the developers like, let's push another expansion out, because that was like another lump sum money that they were going to get. But it got out of control to the point where the world just got too large, and because it got large, it actually became small because the limited player base was so separated. Space Chimp said, nah, not dizzy. I've played arenas. Space Chimp said one big one was the Froglet Control War I heard about from a close friend I played this game with now. Be a part of the change. Yeah, being a part of the change. Anyways, there's a lot more to it than what I just said. You know, it's not just like Planes of Power didn't kill anything. It's just, for me personally, it's what it killed it. And again, I liked Luclin. I really did. I liked that they reused existing. Think about it. That's what Luclin did. What did Luclin do? It used the existing moon that was already up there, right? I believe it was already up there. What else did it reuse? It reused the wizard spires. I thought that was brilliant because it gave you another way of teleporting, but it's like a boat. You know how you have to wait for the boat at Butcher Block Mountains for like 10 minutes? But you had to do the same thing with the spires. You have to wait 10-15 minutes, and then it's teleporting everyone. And it was so cool because there was a social aspect too, where you would shout, it's like, hey guys, how long to the thing? And then they'd be like, 5 more minutes, and then you'd run over there and you'd make it just in time. I remember one time I jumped so I can get in the middle of the spires and then click the dude and like barely got on the ride. But I thought that was cool, you know what I mean? I think the bazaar was cool. I think to a certain degree, the bazaar was cool because it made it easy to sell your stuff offline. And I think to some degree, the Common Lands tunnel was still relevant even after that. So I don't want like something like the bazaar to replace an organic Common Lands EQ trading area. Like, for example, in Night Harbor, with time, there's going to be one centralized location where people like just post up and sell stuff. You know, where that place is going to be, well, the players are going to decide. But it doesn't mean that you can't have merchant huts that you can rent and purchase yourself, and you can just log off and let that be where people can come and buy your stuff like you're a merchant. Space Chimp said that kind of makes me feel the vibe I felt for the world bosses in WoW on a PvP server. You had a serious event on your hand. Yeah, I really enjoyed the world of the actual world in WoW. That's actually one of my favorite things to this day. I like how they built the world. I also like how they built the bosses. There's a lot of things about the original WoW that I really, really like. And there's certain things from WoW that I would actually like to see in M&M. And I didn't feel that way several months ago. I was revisiting a lot of the old stuff from WoW, and it was bringing it back to my remembrance. And I was like, no, wait a minute, that was actually pretty darn cool. I remember that, you know. Because don't forget, there was a lot of people that left EverQuest and that went to WoW, you know. They had a choice between WoW or EQ2, and after playing EQ2, they're like, the problem with EQ2 was that they destroyed all of our memories. There was no Kelethon anymore. There was no Freeport. There was a Freeport, but now it was like a city taken over by the evil race. You couldn't go there unless you were like a goodie, or you had to like switch factions. Like, that's not the type of change that I'm looking for. I don't want you to destroy the old. I want you to add new to the old. Like, and Space Chimp, like world bosses, for example. I remember there's a story about like one of the bosses. They basically aggroed one of the bosses in WoW, and they dragged him all through the continent, all the way to the human city, where that boss mob basically just started murking everyone. Like, having that level of freedom, I think, is really cool. Now, obviously, like, it's not the same thing when you have zones, but I would like it if M&M, for example, they might have a GM event like that. It's like one of the bosses escaped, and it's going from zone to zone to zone, and each, you know, there's groups of adventurers, 20, 40, 50, 60, hundreds of people trying to take this mob out. And as he's going, not only is he killing everyone, but he's literally wiping out all the NPCs in each zone, until finally, by the time he's ransacked like 7 zones, we finally get our strategy right and knock him down, and then that's a forever memory. It would be like, hey, by the time he got to Shaded Dunes, he had already went through Night Harbor, he went through all these areas, and he finally was defeated by the time he reached Shaded Dunes by a group of like 80 players. Like, that's a permanent server memory right there. It'd be really cool. Spaceship said my server Laughing Skull and Leroy, but also had Excelisys and a few others who were primarily old EQ. Vanquish, the guild that dragged the world boss through Stormwind, also Laughing Skull. Yeah, like that was really cool. What I really liked about WoW, as far as like on a personal level, I love the world design where you're running from Stormwind and then you're going through that area and it's all green and cozy and happy, and then it gets darker and abruptly changes and you can feel like you're in a different place. And I think they did a lot of that. Like when you go from zone to zone in World of Warcraft, like every time you would transition to a new area, there was like almost an epic feeling of I'm in a new place. But it still felt like the transition was smooth. It wasn't like abrupt, you know? It wasn't like the same thing over and over and over again. It's like you'd go to a new area and it would feel very unique and different. And I think that the artists pulled it off like brilliantly. I mean, they also had the benefit of having all of the IP to Warcraft, right? Warcraft 1, 2, 3. There was so much lore to go around. So by the time somebody said, hey, let's make an EverQuest styled Warcraft game, it's like their work was cut out for them, you know? So it's a lot easier to say it, you know, doing it is part of the problem. Like think about Eminem, they have to do everything from scratch. They have to do the vision, they have to do the lore, they have to think of everything and make it make sense. World of Warcraft, before it came out, the lore was already established from like 1994 or 1995 when we had the original Warcrafts. Eric Jones said, speaking of WoW Classic, Project Epoch launches this weekend. I heard about that, a private Classic Plus server. So, yeah, I heard about it, Eric, and it looked really cool. But before I do that, I haven't even tried Turtle WoW yet, to be frank. And if I did anything, I'd probably do Turtle WoW and make a high elf. But I'll do some more research on Project Epoch. It might be something I look into. The only thing is, like, every time I'm about to install something like that, I'm like, do I really want to do something like this right now? Am I in the mood for like a linear experience? Because there's a very specific reason why I play like games like Eminem or EQ. I hope that makes sense. I don't know if that made sense. Essentially, like when I'm getting into, yeah, I don't think it really made sense. That was a dumb statement. I'm redacting that. Essentially what I'm trying to say is like every time I'm about to go that route and install Turtle WoW or something like that, like something stops me. I'm like, am I really in the mood for this right now? Do I really want to do this? And I just realized that as I was saying that, I recently had the same feeling when I was about to log into Adrenaline Online. I was like, do I really want to play this right now? Am I really into this? And then by the time I logged in, I was like, duh, why didn't I think of this earlier? This is so dumb. I should have been playing Adrenaline Online. This is amazing. So I just need to get over that hump and say, you know what, let me go ahead and install this and give it a shot. The only thing I didn't like about Turtle WoW is as much as I've been doing emulators since the early 2000s, but I still don't feel like at this point in my life, like this day, this month, this year, I just don't feel like doing a lot of custom setup. I want the client to be polished enough that I can log in and just have a nice Classic Plus experience without having to download a lot of add-ons to make it feel right. And for the most part, I think Turtle WoW is like ready to go out the box, but most of the videos I watch, they're like, do this and do that and do this to get 120 FPS, otherwise you're going to be choppy. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, I'm not in the mood for this. Even if it's like 1 or 2 steps, I'm like, I just want it ready to go. That's one thing I like about Quorum is, actually no, that's one thing I didn't like about Quorum is when I first installed it, when it launched, nothing worked. No, I had an AMD system, so I couldn't even get the game to run. All right, speaking of, and Dragon said, "I'll never forget the first guild war I participated in on my server. Died in 30 seconds, but it was awesome. 2 guilds charged at each other from across commons. Yeah, the PvP in WoW was top notch. It was really fun. I have a lot of memories of that too." Atari DC said, "Oh man, I love Atari DC. I haven't seen you in a minute. Hey, Mr. Cool. Hope you're doing well tonight. Gotta turn your stream on in the background." I like being in the background, standing right behind you. Ooh. I'm just teasing. Good to see you, Atari. It's always good to see people that have been here since all of this started. Don't think I forget that stuff, by the way. I remember when I was just setting up the stream for the first time and there was like 0 people. And then some of you guys would pop in and be like, "Hey dude, what are you doing?" I'm like, "Hey, welcome aboard. I'm just messing around." You don't have to hang out. But if you want, feel free to hang out. Now, a year later, we're still here. Always great to see familiar faces. Space Chimps, yeah, you can tell by my voice I'm getting tired. Space Chimp, maybe it's negative to say, but WoW died with Lich King. That was over 10 years of storytelling, beautifully told and beautifully ended. Yeah, I mean, and if the lore, if you take the lore to a place where the story needs to end, then just end the story. You know what I mean? Don't write a story where it's gonna end here, and you're like, all right, what a great way to end the story. Now let's continue it. It's like, whoa, hold on. Didn't we just like put a bow on it? Didn't we just seal the deal? Like, this was a beautiful story. We made it here. You know what I mean? Maybe now it's time to try something different. No, it's fine. We're just gonna send a meteor, destroy the Earth, or a dragon that blows everything up, and start over. Now, I forget the Lich King and what the other expansion came out, so I might be mixing it up, but no, I agree with you. Like, don't do an end of the world storytelling thing unless you can make it make sense for like life to go on from there. Man, me and sentences are not friends right now. Trying to put one together is like trying to bake a cake. And I'm no baker. You know, I'm gonna experiment with something really quick. I'm just curious. So we're at 70. Is that game breaking for you guys, or it looks good to me? I'm looking at what you guys are looking at. It seems like it looks pretty cool like this. Because this is kind of how it looks like when it's a full moon out. Tell me if this still looks good on your end. If it does, then I'm going to keep it bright like this, and then I'm going to turn it back down when it becomes daytime. I mean, ideally right now, guys, I'd probably get into like a group and go on a little mini adventure and then level up, but unfortunately I don't have the time for that. So I know it's a little mind-numbing to be grinding this here, but it's working out in our benefit, because look how far along we are. We're making really good progress. Okay, Space Chimp said looks good for me. Nice. Yeah, because I figured like you know, at nighttime especially, you might as well. I don't mind the darkness, but like on the stream, I think about it how it looks like on your end or on my end when I'm watching it later. Might as well turn up the gamma so it looks cool. I actually think they did a really good job with it, because notice how like you turn up the gamma but it doesn't like blow out the UI, it doesn't really mess anything up, it just becomes brighter. I think kudos for them to do that. I know they didn't want to do that initially, but I think it was a good decision. Especially for people that stream this, because that's something I noticed about watching other people's streams, is whether it's Adralan or whether it's Pantheon or Eminem, when you watch some of these streams, it looks like you're just watching a black screen. You kind of have to be cognizant of that if you're trying to entertain people. I'm gonna heal up really quick. I'll be right back. Oh my gosh, that was a close one. You guys, can you see my health? I came back, and when I noticed that there was another guy here, I'm like, I better attack something so he doesn't think I'm just enjoying this the moonlight. So I'm kind of glad I did that. All right. That was a close one. All right. So yeah, I just walked away so I can get my health back up, and because I needed to do something, and here I am coming back, and now my health is all the way back down. I shouldn't have pulled that yellow. All right, so Okay, yeah. Space Chimp said Cataclysm. Yeah, that was the expansion where they literally destroyed WoW, but I really did love the boss fights. Yeah, like it's like a cool thing, but like you have to think about what does that mean? You know what I mean? I thought it was cool too. I mean, but at the same time, everything that was there in the past was gone, and the argument was, well, it's not fun. Well, it was too slow pace. Well, the systems have been upgraded and more quality of life has been added. It doesn't mean you have to kill it. It doesn't mean you need to send a world-ending boss and just do. Like, there's another way of pulling that off. And I'm not gonna think of it on the spot, but I think again, I'm gonna put a hole in it and just basically say what we've all been saying. That adding more to the existing world is better than destroying it. Archibald. And people are starting to find my spot. No, but I'm not going to start having that mentality. It's not my spot. There's plenty of places to hunt. Space Chimp said, biggest beef though for raids, the quote-unquote trash mobs. I want to fight to the fight. Know what I mean? Not unless I'm reading that wrong. Biggest beef though for raids, the trash mobs. I want to fight to the fight. I mean, you're saying you're not there for the trash mobs. You're there for the main attraction. I think it's twofold. I think, and this is one thing I really like about EQ. Okay, I'm gonna let you re-explain it because I don't want to misunderstand you before I give you my answer. Dude, this thing went down like a champ. Oh yeah, you want the trash mobs. Yep, exactly. Because that's what I was just about to say. I'm like, no, I want the trash mobs. And I want the trash mobs because here's what I used to do. When I was new to EverQuest, and what I would do is I would go to high-level zones, and I would see these high-level people in their 10s, their 20s, their 30s fighting. There's two parts of the story. But the first part of the story is I would go there hoping I could loot one of those corpses, because to the rest of the players, that was a trash mob. To me as a level 5, that was like gold. But I deserved it, because for me to even get into that zone or into that dungeon, I had to like be a maniac and find my way through all this dangerous stuff, go on an adventure over half the continent to make it there, and then getting in there just to loot this corpse. This is one reason why I'm really against level caps. I'm extremely against item level caps. Like, it's not lore friendly. I mean, level 44 before you can use it. Like, I understand it for procs, but it should never be for an item. To lock somebody out, to gatekeep somebody from looting an item or using an item because you're not high enough level. Because that's such an artificial thing, and it's immersion breaking. Like, if I get my hands on it one way or another, I should be able to use it, even if it means I twinked. But going back to my main point is, I used to go on these adventures to these places, and I would just explore these dungeons where I had no business being there. And sometimes I'd find stuff, sometimes I wouldn't, you know what I mean? Or maybe a higher level would see me. He's like, I don't know what you're doing here, bud, but you want to take my trash loot because I'm encumbered? I'd be like, heck yeah. And I'd loot it, and I'd end up with like 50 plat after selling everything. The other part of the story is, I 100% agree with you that trash mobs are vital, because it goes back to the earlier story I was saying about how you can take a zone like Greater Fade Arc and Kelvin, where you have the crush bone orcs, and you don't want to stay there past level 20, for example, right? But if you say you have a different dungeon, so actually I'm going to use Crushbone as a great example. What happens when you're in the beginning of Crushbone? There's pawns, there's low-level orc centurions, right? And as you progress, you have legionnaires, and you have other higher-level mobs. So not only is it about progressing through the zone so you can get to the boss, and you have to fight through these mobs, but it also diversifies the zone enough where you could have level 10s playing alongside level 30s in the same zone. And that's what I don't like about a lot of modern linear MMOs, is that the level 10s have a zone just for themselves and level 20s never go there. The level 20s have a zone just for themselves and no one else ever goes there. Like, each zone, in my opinion, a perfect zone, should be able to cater to a level 1 to a level 60. Like, I should be able to go to Shaded Dunes at level 60 so I can kill that boss mob that's there. That only comes out when there's 3 full moons in a row. You see what I'm saying? Space Chimp says, but that's kind of like what I was saying. I know you're going somewhere else with it, so I'm going to read your point because this was your conversation, not mine. Space Chimp said, no, I do want the trash mobs. I want to crawl through the dungeon, and if we fail, do it all over. I couldn't play WoW Classic because people skip trash. You could get epics. Also, like Sean and the M&M folks have said, you should be punished for failing, because the reward is so much sweeter. Oh, and fighting through mobs can get you cocky and catch you off guard. Like, oh, this ish is easy. Then you hit the hard mobs. Oh no, it's serious. Then the boss. Yeah, exactly. You know, it kind of tests your psyche and your maturity level, because you're like, oh yeah, this is easy. And then, like you said, you hit the wrong mob, and then before you know it, you're scrambling. You gotta pay attention even when you're technically okay not to pay attention. Like, it's okay to take breaks mentally, but after you're done taking that mental break, you need to snap out of it and focus, or you will get caught off guard, and then you'll get your whole group wiped. Basically, you gotta stay in the zone. Buff is not coming on. I keep pushing the wrong key. Alright. Like I promised, I'm gonna turn this back down. Well guys, I know I said I was leaving, but I'm committing now. We're gonna ding. We're not going anywhere until we hit level 4. And then after that, we're gonna celebrate, because we would have accomplished everything we set out to do. And I literally could not have done it without you guys, so I really appreciate you helping me. Dude, I'm so happy that I picked the knife thrower thing. When I was doing character creation, like on like other stuff, I was like, nah, why would I ever need to, who would ever want knife thrower? I'm like, that's such an odd skill. And now that I'm using it, it's one of my favorite skills. Like, the knife thrower is so tight. This is great. So we've never tried this, the serenades. Let me try this real quick. This is supposedly the Mez spell, so peep this, guys. Okay, so I just mesmerized him. I'm gonna hit him with the dot. Okay, look at this effect. Isn't that cool? Okay, so now he's getting hit by the dot. Okay, that was cool. So I guess the damage broke the Mez or something, but I'm gonna experiment with that more later. Because we're probably going to find a group tomorrow, so I want to make sure I'm ready. play the bard correctly. LOL, the alligator was muzzled. Sure was. Look at this knife throwing, man. Look at this guy. Look at this gangster. Look at this gangster. You can't see it on his face, but you see how there's a scar there? The reason he has a scar there is because my whole plan was that he was going to get the swords or the knife throwing. So that's all part of my story. I was even thinking about the name. Should be like Tempo Dagger Weave. Like daggers are going to be a staple of my character's history. I guess until I get spoiled and I find another kind of throwing weapon, and then that's going to kind of kill it. Let me go back and read the rest of this. Space Jim said, what my raid leaders always said, tunnel vision, you lose sight of the whole picture. Yeah, exactly. Talking about what we were saying, yeah. Space Jim said, you're welcome for keeping you up on the grind, and thank you for entertaining my wall of text storytelling. No, I love it. You're the one, I'm not entertaining what you're saying. I'm appreciating that you're telling me that you're entertaining me. That's one of the things I look forward to more than anything is, I'm not, what was I going to say? So I never look at how many people are watching. And that's why I treat every single stream like it's a movie. That's why, when I start my stream, I don't wait for people to join. Let me let everyone come in, and then I'm going to greet people. I treat it almost like a movie or an adventure or a show. The reason I do it that way is because when you're filming something, even if it is for an audience, you don't want the art to be only a certain way because of the audience. You obviously want an audience, otherwise why are you doing it? But I don't want it to taint the quality of my work, right? Because, there's only one person in here. Why should I even bother? That's when I start the stream at 0. I'm doing it for the 0, meaning it has to be good from beginning to end. And throughout the stream, I never check who's actually watching until I see until I see chats pop up, and I'm like, oh crap, there's people in here. Hey guys. So when you guys do come, it makes it really exciting and really fun. So I really appreciate it. And I said all that to say that. It's the highlight of this entire experience. Because think about it, if I was doing this grind right now without you guys here, I'd probably be watching a YouTube video in my second monitor. Matter of fact, look at the water, by the way. You see the reflections? This is what I love about their water. So, look at that. What's that game that came out that was made by Amazon and they didn't have swimming when the game launched? Forgot what it's called. These are all yellows, man. I don't know if I should risk it. Dang, they're all yellow? There's one. I'm so surprised we made it this far, for real, for real. Usually when I'm on stream, I get distracted with so many things. But in this case, we're doing really well. I'm playing with fire right now, quite literally. Because my health was pretty low there. Alright, we got just 1, 2, 3 more blues, and we're there. Want to sell cloth backpack, flat out or free with your mats. Cloth backpack is 10 extra large. Holy moly. Let's ask. Holy moly. I probably don't have enough, but out of curiosity, how much are those cloth sets? Is probably more affordable, but how much is each? That'd be crazy if he responded. He was like, "For you, buddy, you can have it for 5 silver." That would be nuts, dude. Or what would be even crazier if he's like somehow watching me stream right now. He's like, "For you, buddy, it's free." I'm like, shut up, dude. No, that's actually, I don't like that stuff though. You know, preferential treatment or anything like that. You just gotta keep it real and be yourself. You should never change. You shouldn't just get preferential, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's streamers out there that, like, everyone worships the ground that you walk on, so technically their gaming experience is a little bit different because they kind of get everything they want, or there's people always, like, sending them handouts because they're, like, basically a celebrity. Don't really ever want that. Space Chimp said, "LOL, no streamer privilege." But oh crap, I'm not even attacking this guy. If you are classy and cool, here we go. Here comes the glaze. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, hold on. So let's see. Flame Busto, let me read this. Flame Busto tells you, Mr. Tempo, the backpack is 42 cloth scrap or 22 silver. The satchel is less, let's say 15 silver. Not bad. Do you make them regularly? Like, if I get enough in the next few days, would it still be available to make? The satchel is less. Or how much cloth scrap for the satchel? So I'm kind of sort of negotiating right now, but as I was asking him the question, I was like, do you make these regularly? I was in the mindset of, as if the game was already released and this was like a crafter, so I could just reach out to him in 2 weeks when I have enough money and be like, hey, I put you on my friends list, I finally got that money, could I come buy the bag from you? And then I realized, oh shoot, this is just a playtest. This is not real. This is not real. No, it's real. It's real enough to be the most fun I've had since playing EverQuest. The satchel lasts, let's say 36. That's a lot. Okay. I only have 10 cloth scraps. Okay, so let's add it /note. Easy way to start building armor turn tip measuring. So flam busto. Shoot, where'd it go? By the way, unbeknownst to you guys, we're actually making bank right now. I'll tell you in a minute why. Flambusto. Oh, okay, I can't. Can I copy and paste it? No. Okay, shoot. Okay, so cloth, backpack, 10 slot, extra large. And then, what's the other one? Cloth satchel. Cloth satchel is 8 slot, medium. And let me go back here. Backpack is 42 cloth. 42 cloth. 42 cloth or 22 silver. And then this one is 36 cloth or 36 cloth or 15 silver. Okay. Flame busto. Okay, cool. All right, so we're gonna try to make this. So we just so you guys understand what just happened. So this is how we just created another quest. So we organically just created another quest. My quest is now to save up 15 silver, maybe even 22 if we push it. Why, you ask? So we can buy a cloth satchel with 8 slots, or no. This is the goal. Our goal is to get 22 silver. We're going to get a cloth backpack with 10 slots. That's the goal. So, and that came out of nowhere. But now we have another quest that we're going to embark on. Space Chimp said 10x because your chat can pay for it. JK. One guild I was in WoW before streamers. GM owned the enchanter / tailor market. Cannot imagine if he had a stream. Hold on, let me use my brain while reading this. One guild I was in World of Warcraft before streamers. GM owned the enchanter / tailor market. Cannot imagine if he had a stream to work with. Like an actual GM, like a game master. Yeah, that's got to be like a conflict of interest.
situation. Hey, you can't be like a GM and then sew up the whole market and be like, I am the captain now. Or like, this is my block. What the heck? Oh, cool. Did we find a glitch? I used to love those glitches in old EverQuest. You remember, I don't know if you remember it, but if anyone's ever played EverQuest, there was those pathing glitches. It's what's that game called? Not World of Warcraft, not EverQuest. Ding! We leveled up, let's go. Oh man, that was great. I'm really excited, guys. I'm kind of curious what will happen if I go this way. By the way, famous last words, right? But let's go this way. I want to see if I can just make it. Wait, hold on. Is this dumb? This is dumb. This sounds like a very dumb idea. I feel like I shouldn't be doing this right now. Like, I literally just need to go up that hill and then I'm back in the city. Instead, I'm going here. Because the reason I think this is a bad idea is I think there's hostile NPCs where I'm going right now. Hold on, let me see if my meditate skill is working. Or if I think I have to like put a point into it. Hold on. No. Yeah, okay. So two things. Number one, yay, congratulations, we got our healing spell. So we can oh my gosh, let's use the healing spell. Let's go. Oh my gosh, this is so exciting. Do not forget to call in mobs. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do that. Dude, this is a game changer. This is a freaking game changer. No, this feels really good. Like I said, I've never played an EverQuest bard. I've never played a Monsters and Memories bard. This is flipping awesome, dude. I love it. I love it. I'm having a blast. And we're only level 4. Just imagine, we're one level away from getting the speed. This is what I was worried about. Look how slow we're going, dude. We're only one level away from getting the speed song. We're on like a freaking adventure, dude. We might as well be in a freaking movie. This game's awesome.
Alright, let's stop fooling around. I'm gonna check the smuggler out. Disdain. I don't know if he's gonna auto attack me. Radic regards you as a comrade. Okay, so there's a group over here. They're fighting river pirates. A sea witch. No, she's gonna auto attack me, dude. Sounds so cozy under the water. Yeah, dude, that's why I went and turned the UI off and everything, because it was so chill out under there. Hey, and hey, by the way, you guys don't know this, but we're completing yet another quest. Do you know what that quest is? We're getting our swimming skill up. To some, it's a waste of time. To me, I'm like, hey man, this is gonna come in handy later. Just wait until we make it out to the open seas and we see the pirate islands and we see the abandoned islands, or keep in mind they're building out an entire ocean with islands and places that you can go, and it's gonna be freaking amazing. I guarantee you, once we go live, like in early access, I'm going to be spending a lot of time in the open seas. And I really hope that besides just boat travel, they give you the ability to purchase or craft your own type of boats. Like, I don't want everyone to have a boat, you know what I mean? I think you should work hard to get it. And it's like a real accomplishment, but once you get it, I think it would be a lot of fun to have a boat in Monsters and Memories. But apologies in advance because this has taken much longer, but we're almost there. Space Chimp said, and yeah, that was Pablo that said that, by the way. Sounds so cozy underwater. Space Chimp said, oh yeah, okay. Space Chimp said, all of a sudden Jack Sparrow rolls up on a sinking dinghy. That would be something, right? So there's also some Crocs over here, but these are all red. So this will be another place to go to later. And Space Chimp said, yeah, that's what I thought of when I took swimmer as a skill. Yeah, that's another thing. That's really cool that you took swimming as a skill, because like in your case, your swimming skill is gonna like go up way faster than all of us. Especially if they make like underwater dungeons like EverQuest did. It's gonna be sick. So look, our swimming skills are at 15. Alright, you guys better not attack me. You guys are harbor guards. Alright, we made it. Alright guys, so we're gonna sell. We're gonna go get our meditate. Yeah, look. See, Master Shipwright Huda. Nah, I'm sure like Sean and the rest of the team thought of boats. There's gotta be boats in this game. It wouldn't make sense not to, just because of how smart they are. See what I'm doing there? I'm glazing them just in case they didn't think of it. Now they're going to be like, yeah, of course. We've always wanted boats. It's a no-brainer. Like Sean said the other day when he was talking about EQ3. Yeah, it's a no-brainer, guys. If I was you guys, here's what I would do. By the way, he was very right in everything he said, because that's exactly what all the players want. They want a clean remake of the EverQuest trilogy with updated graphics, and then additional content sprinkled in to keep it going once people min-max their way through like Velius. Well, I mean, yeah, sometimes good ideas need confirmation. Absolutely. I mean, like, you don't want to be in an echo chamber, but you also want to be around common sense people to spitball your ideas to make sure you're not going off, you know? So yeah, it's very valuable. Space Chimp said, I wanted so freaking bad in Vanguard to get a boat. Oh, sorry about that. I can barely hear myself think. I wanted so freaking bad in Vanguard to get a boat and a house, but the game was dead when I played, and I played it a few months after release. Pablo said, I did this in EverQuest also, leveling up swimming. Yeah, the way I leveled up swimming is I'd go to Butcher Block, the docks. I'd find a spot where I can swim against the wall, and then I'd walk away for like a day. I'd come back and have it maxed out at like 250. I think it was like capped at 100 until you get to a certain level or something, but 100%. Alright, so I think I said this to you guys earlier. Okay, so we're not as rich as I thought it was. Because those Crocs, they drop pristine crocodile hides and they sell for like 85. But we only got one of them, so we're not going to be as rich as I thought. But that's okay. Because these crocodile teeth, they sell for like 8 copper each. So it's going to add up in a minute, you'll see. Basically, we'll have enough to buy our level 5 song and get meditate. So let's do that first since we're right here. Alright, so meditate. Boom. Bingo, we got it. Alright, one more thing to do, and then we are ready to find a place to cozy up and take a nap for the rest of the night. So we're going to go to the tannery to sell the crocodile hides. We're going to go to the food place to cook the meat, and then the crocodile teeth we're going to sell in the same place. And then we'll find a little chill spot where we can sit down for a minute, say our goodbyes, and then be back at it tomorrow for another adventure. I think my first customer call is at 8:30 tomorrow, or technically in a few hours. They'd be like, are you okay? It's like, yeah, I'm great. You look tired. I'm like, nah, man, I'm not tired. Why would you say that? What? Because you're slurring your speech. Are you drunk? It's like, I don't drink. What were we doing? Playing one of those MMORPGs all night? How did you know? Space Jim said, be humble, as my friend reminded me just today. Rich in XP, social, and worldly. Alright. Here we go. So each, crocodile tooth are 8. So that's 80 copper. So this is almost 2 silver right here. And then we're going to cook the croc meat. Craft all. Yeah, we got 1 silver, 36 copper from that. And that should be just enough to buy our level 5 song. Eric Jones said, not sure I like the Wood Elf model. It looks like a man running around with a wide brim hat on when viewed from behind. That's funny. No, there's definitely feedback to be had, regarding the races. I think some people will love it no matter what, and then some people will be like, hey, I like it, but, and others might just be like, I hate it. Me personally, I like it for what it is. What I want to see a lot more of is like aesthetics. So we're playing a role-playing game, so me personally, the way I role-play is I want somebody that looks better than I do in real life. So I appreciate some of the female models they've made and some male models where the character actually looks good. Like, for lack of a better term, like handsome or beautiful. I think that's missing from a lot of games nowadays, and I like that some of the NPCs actually look good. Now, you can make certain mobs unattractive because it would look weird if the whole world was just filled with picture perfect, Instagram people. But I think most people want to role play as somebody that looks, slightly above what they look like in real life, I guess is the best way of saying it. Other people don't care. Some people want to be like monstrous, which is a way of role playing as well. But I'd like to and here's the thing, I'm saying all this knowing that there's going to be a lot more character customization. I know that's not what you're talking about right now. You're talking about something very specific, but keep in mind they're going to be adding a lot of character customization and faces and eye colors and hairs and beards, and all that stuff is going to come later down the road. As far as the actual form, the animations are definitely going to get tweaked for some. Like, I'm not going to say nothing is final, basically. And I recommend, if you have some feedback and you like take a short video, like let's say you do a short video of him running, you post it on the Discord where you have like the suggestions page, and you type out what it is you're seeing so that the devs can see it too. And if it fits within the world they're trying to build, I'm sure they'll take a look at it and at least consider it. I mean, the dev team is really close with all of us, and I'm very grateful for that. It's like, as long as it doesn't shift away from their vision, if it's a logical complaint, not even complaint, but if it's a logical, if it's like constructive feedback, they're going to listen to it, Even if it's to say, I like your feedback, but no, we're going to keep it like this, and here's why. Like, that's also a fair answer. But I appreciate you sharing that. Initially, actually, I will say this. I didn't like how scrawny the Wood Elf was. Like, I get it. There were Wood Elves, and they're supposed to be, like, very lean. But I felt like it was overkill. But then I think Zukin was explaining, like, the lore behind it. And after that, it made sense. And I was like, no, this is fine. This is good. A little bit more meat, I think I'd appreciate. But before I give my feedback, I'd want to be more specific on what I mean by that. Here's the thing. I don't like to give feedback unless I give specific feedback. I think you were very specific in the way you said it. I don't do enough of that. I need to do more of that. Because I keep my mouth shut on a lot of things. Not saying there's a lot of things that need improvement, but when it comes to stuff that actually needs improvement, sometimes I fail to find the words of properly explaining it, and I got to work on that. All right, guys. So I think this is where it all started, right around that corner. And this is where it's all going to end for the night. It's never over. But I guess you can say it will be over once it's over. But anyways, as you can hear, I'm exhausted. I've had fun for the past 4 hours and 45 minutes. I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you so much. You know what? Let me do this actually. Starting from the top. Jimmy, thank you. Classic Request, thank you. Scruffy Bard, thank you. Tinfoil Hat, appreciate you. Ambos Himbino, thank you. Adrian Felipe, thank you. Bob and Bob, thank you. Eric Jones, thank you. Motive, thank you. Space Chimp, thank you. Scruffy, I think I already said you, so thank you again. Space Chimp, thank you. Classic EverQuest, I've already said that. Eric Jones, I said that. And N-Dragon, thank you. Atari DC, thank you. Gosh, there's a lot of chats, dude. I didn't realize. Pablo, thank you. And Eric Jones, the last one showing up here. Hey guys, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Looking forward to what kind of adventures we get into tomorrow. So tomorrow we're gonna hit level 5. We're gonna be doing some other things as well. Probably gonna find a nice group. But we're gonna figure that out. And we still gotta save up all that silver so we can get that backpack in the bags. I'm excited about that. We already upgraded the sword, so that was a win for today. We got our level 5 spell, so we're gonna get to level 5 tomorrow and we're gonna have our speed. Yeah, there's just so much more stuff. But we got a lot done today. 4 levels in one day, getting, you know, some decent gear. When I say decent, it's just what I need for right now for this level range, so it's really good. Anyways, that's enough yapping from me. Peace and chicken grease. I'll see you guys on the next one. See you later.